with, as we usually start off, with saying greetings and welcome to everybody, and also paying homage and giving thanks to the Ludamari, which is the creator, our creator of all things, creatures great and small. This thing is on this top, I don't know where it is. Creatures all great and small. The creator of the earth that we stand upon, the air that we breathe, the sunshine that gives us life, which was had beautiful sunshine today, and the water that also gives us life. I also give thanks to our Ori, which is our head, which helps us to know what is right from wrong. And let me just stop screen sharing there. And I also give thanks to all of those good ancestors that got taken away from the shores of our home and dotted all the way around the world, and the atrocities and what they witnessed, what they went through. It's just sort of like unbelievable. They witnessed so many things that's happened to them, and also a lot of people who they knew and who they didn't know, lives been taken. They witnessed that people who they did know and didn't know, them taking their own lives because of what they've went through, and they didn't want to face any more of that, which you can't really blame them. But I give thanks and I call upon the ancestors, the good ancestors, because not all of our ancestors were good. We was betrayed by a lot. We still are being betrayed by our own people. So it's the good ancestors that I'm actually calling upon, because if it wasn't for them and their tenacity, they're willing to survive, they're willing to keep on going, their strength, we wouldn't be here today. So for all those good ancestors who went through all those trials and tribulations when they got taken away from their shores of our home many, many years ago, I say thanks, I give thanks, and ashe.
Ashe.
I also give thanks to our leaders, our heroes, and our sheroes, and as well as our warriors. I give thanks to them for letting us know that they were there to kick down those doors for us, to open those pathways, make pathways where there wasn't no pathways for us before. Let us know that we can rise up. Let us know that we can fight back. We don't have to take everything that's given to us. We don't have to be subservient. We don't have to stay in line, so to speak. We need to get up and stand up as one, because if it wasn't for those leaders, heroes and sheroes, back in the days when we was taken away from our homes of our shores, to the leaders and heroes and sheroes, names we know, names we don't know, names that we may never know, names we may have forgotten, but they all played a part in helping us to be where we are today. And we do have our current leaders, heroes and sheroes that have taken up that mantle, but a lot more of us need to take up that mantle and move forward and strive forward. So for those leaders, heroes and sheroes, and as you may know by now, my favorite is the Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. And I always give homage to that man for the Black Pink that he's left us, the legacy that he's also left us, and what he also achieved. So I'm not saying that we all must achieve everything that Marcus Messiah Garvey achieved, but I'm just saying that we just pick up, because we're all a piece of a puzzle. We all just pick up something and we go with that. That is enough. And if we're all doing that, then a lot of that puzzle, those pieces that come together, will make a whole picture and make us a force, a people to be reckoned with. So for all our leaders, heroes, sheroes, and warriors, I say thank you and ashe.
Ashe.
I also give thanks. I also give thanks to my lineage. I give thanks to your lineage. I give thanks to those good ancestors that's with us from the time that we're born right through to the time that we pass on to the ancestors. I give thanks for the fact that they're there with us all the time, even though we feel sometimes we're alone. Rest assured, we're not alone, they are there. And most of the time, even though they do guide us, they're there also for us to ask for help and ask for guidance. So when we do put out that call for help and guidance, let their answers be as clear as water. Ask that their answers be as clear as water. Let our minds be open also to receive those answers, because those answers are going to come in many different ways and forms, as in a sign, as in a message, as something somebody said to you or saying to you, or when you turn the television and the words that come out resonate with you, or you open a book and the lines that you read resonates with you. It means that your ancestors have actually heard you. So they're there for us to call on when we need them, as well as they're being there all the time by our sides. So for our good ancestors that's there with us from the time we're born right through to the time we pass, whose heads and shoulders who we all stand upon, I say thank you and ashe.
Ashe.
And this is the time I also take the opportunity to say thank you to my grandmother, Stefan Bailey, of whom I never met, but I know that she's there with me. I've had a couple of experiences that, you know, that's alerted me that she's there with me. I also give thanks to my grandfather, Hubert Stair. I like to give thanks to, because if it wasn't for my grandfather, Mr. Stair, who we called him, I wouldn't know my my family. I also give thanks to my mother, Iona Pinnock, and also her husband, my stepfather, Ivan Pinnock. So if they wasn't the people who they were, I wouldn't be the person who I am. So I say thank you to Iona and Ivan Pinnock and ashe. And I open up the floor to anybody who'd like to unmute themselves and to say thank you to loved ones, or somebody who they know is passed, or somebody who's not even related to them, but they know and influence them, to say thank you to.
I'd like to say thank you to my dad, Luther Augustus Palmer,
Okay.
his mother and father, Emily Pearl Palmer and James Palmer.
Okay.
I'd like to say thank you to my mother's mother, Mary Brown, and her father, Thomas Brown.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. With that, I would like to move on. But first of all, you know, a big thank you and a rise up to everybody who's been taking part in the vigil for Sasha Johnson down at the Bruskins Park, because it all helps. It all helps. It all helps. The more people who call on the ancestors with her 100% recovery, is the more she will make that 100% recovery. And just before we go on to our first speaker, which I see hasn't just arrived just yet, I'm going to play a clip from our very own Sasha Johnson, which, as I said, it explains itself. I've got to find it now. It's disappeared on me. And it lets you know what Sasha was really about. Just a sec. I'm just lining this up. Please just jump and run. So I can see Menzi's come in. So I'm just going to, hopefully it's lined up now. And I shall be playing it. So also, as I said, a big thank you to everybody who's listening on Black Culture Radio. Thank you for joining us, and for those who's listened on Facebook, and a big, very special big thank you to those who's joined us here on us.
You were in BLM before, can I?
You just
You were in BLM
this
before.
properly. This just starts right at the very beginning. Okay.
You were in BLM before. Can I ask you why you left BLM?
I didn't leave BLM. BLM to me is a slogan. It's a slogan that Black Lives Matter. I'm the new Black Panther Party chairwoman, and I've always been a Panther. But I did help BLM because we have the same, we want to see the same objective, which is the end to racism. and more opportunity and resources in community. And when we say racism right now, it's an end to all oppression. So BLM isn't just standing for themselves. We want unity. We called for black and white to tie the flags at the Senate because we had the Commonwealth as well as British soldiers fight the war. So it's only right now that we realise and identify our own common enemy is the system. It's not each other. So for BLM, I say that they are doing work, they've made change, so I won't denounce them. The George Soros thing is a myth that normally far-right people or people that are traditionalists and trying to preserve white supremacists use. No, none of these organisations have access to that money. As you can see, the UK's BLM money hasn't been dished out. Yeah, nothing's happened yet. So at the moment, it's just rubbish, to be honest. So it's a slogan, Black Lives Matter, and that's what it is. So I stand by the slogan as I'm a firm believer in liberation right now for our people, and it's a must in this time.
But you stand by the slogan, but do you stand by the organisation?
No, I don't support George Soros at all. I don't know who George Soros is. He's an American.
I mean, like with like what they said about they were trying to like abolish the nuclear family and stuff like that on their
Oh
website.
no, I don't believe in any of that. I think people will make their own choice of who they want to be, and in today's day, especially in 2021, we've seen a world that's been designed for people to have freedom in certain ways. So I'm not against anyone's bedroom choices. If I'm thinking about your bedroom choices, I'm a weirdo, just to say that, to be frank. And I've got friends that are in the movement, and I believe that their life is in danger and they should speak up for themselves. So it's not just Black Lives Matter, but all Black lives should matter. It doesn't matter what you do in your bedroom, it's not anyone's business. So that nuclear family stuff, I think that was to boost people that are pro-heterosexual, like the norm, and to say, oh, they're coming to take your family apart. No, you can procreate if you want to procreate. I can procreate if I want to procreate, and that's just what it is. Am I a lesbian? No, I'm not. But am I against lesbians or gay people? No. It's not my business.
Okay.
But I support them in their move to preserve their life, and that they have the right to freedom as well, and their life does matter because they're human beings. At the end of the day, they still bleed. So we can't disregard them because they've chose to love someone. Love is unconditional. Love is blind. It's so blind that you don't choose who you love, do you? So I believe that the new way that this movement needs to be, so we need to recognise everybody's life because we're all humans. But I'm just one person at the end of the day, do you know? When I talk, they call me an extremist, terrorists, so I've kind of taken the backseat. I'm doing more typing these days rather than marching.
Yeah. And can I ask you, like, full confession, like, I haven't like read this myself, right? But I've heard about like a tweet in which...
No, I didn't have Twitter at the time of this. I don't want to imprison white man, and I'm outnumbered in that, so how would I even do that? I have a white foster mother that was created. I had a meeting with Tommy Robinson that went wrong, where he what would you say when someone surprises you with like a token black man who decided to tell me that racism didn't exist and stuff like that? And I said some words to him, and I stand by them because to me those words are culturally appropriate.
What was it? Was it that white people would be slaves or what?
No, I never said that. That's a fake Twitter page. My real Twitter page is Sasha Panther 93.
Oh, okay.
So that's my real Twitter page.
That's, right.
That Sasha BLM was other people that made that. At the time, because I never had Twitter, I didn't know about it, so there was nothing I could do about it. When I found out and I started to refute the claims, people were saying, oh, of course you will, of course you will. So then I just got fed up and said, you know what? You're not seeking answers. You made up your mind. I am who I am, and I'm going to be who I am. And I'm not a racist. I don't want to imprison anyone. That's far from my ideology and how I think. I believe that everyone's free. We all have a right to sovereign rights. As a Maroon, I'm also a Maroon. I'm from Jamaica, where the Maroon in the 1739 treaty came about. So I'm a firm believer in sovereignty. So I'm not going to be imprisoning anyone. I think they should abolish the whole prison system, really.
And then, tell me more about the Black Panther Party. So you're the head of the Black Panther...
The new Black Panther Party in the UK chapter. The Black Panther was formed in the 70s by Huey P. Newton and Fred Hampton, who was then... Have you seen the movie The Black Judas?
I haven't. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that will show you about Fred Hampton's assassination and how the Black Panthers were infiltrated by the FBI, which is it's been admitted now. It's now fact. It's been presented as fact. Basically, the Black Panthers created a free food program for young people when they were going to school hungry and was not able to concentrate. It was also formed to protect ourselves against the police because we were receiving unfair treatment. I'll give you an example. In the UK, 22,000 people were stopped and searched black. In the first lockdown, 80% of those resulted in no further action. So it shows that it's based off of racial profiling. When we have things of reasonable cause of suspicion, we need to work out what is reasonable cause, because it's that blind area that is allowing them to pick off everybody. And then these laws are not just affecting us as black people, but it's affecting white people now as well. They're trying to take what you would call the working class white man's freedom and only give the voice to the bourgeoisie. So the proletariat is now losing their voice and is finding out that they're no different from the black man. You walk out on your street now, you're being told the same thing: get back in, shut up, be silent, walk on, go do a job, go do something. And if you refuse that, well, they're not putting money into the youth sector, are they, to stop all of this knife crime? If knife crime was a problem only amongst black boys, why are the kids in Africa not killing each other in masses? Why are we not seeing kids in Africa killing each other using knives in masses?
Aren't they doing that in South Africa?
It's a demographic problem. It's a demographic. South Africa's government is made up of a majority of what? White immigrants. Factual.
Okay.
And it's a system problem.
It's run by the African People's Congress, isn't it?
Partially.
And then they're working with the EFF.
Yeah.
And or you know,
But
the EFF holds a lot of sway.
Who are creating these systems though? It's a demographic problem. If you look in the areas that most of these knife crimes are you seeing youth clubs? Are you seeing workshops? Are you seeing bookies? Are you seeing off license? Are you seeing constant promotion of gang violence and gang movements? That's what is promoted around them. So it's a demographic problem. If in these areas we're building up more schools, more shops, more stuff for the youth to do, instead of putting a bookie every so many walks you take, instead of putting an off license between every shop, there's an off license, between every couple of houses there's an off license. If we were putting in infrastructure, we should stop that. This government, the police last year, the TVP police, I don't know about the Met police, but the TVP had £800,000 towards rehabilitation. They didn't use that money for rehabilitation. They gave that money to their friends who owned organizations, and they told their friends to turn their organization into youth initiatives. So like woodwork shops, that's sending a youth to live out a self-fulfilling prophecy. What if he doesn't want to make wood all his life? What if he wants to be an actor? What if he wants to do dance? What if he wants to travel? What if they want to do more than just make wood? We have to start using the money that's there for the things that they're there for and put it into those services and give back to the community. When we're giving the community the money to certain infrastructures, they're not using it for good. They're using it to degrade. They would rather send you litter picking on probation than give you a good opportunity and get you to move on into something positive. That's the problem. A 2.5 million prison instead of killing austerity is the problem, because if austerity didn't exist, the crime rate would go down. But we're not working at stuff like that. Instead, they're working at a prison. And when they're working at a prison and they're creating new bills under this COVID regulation and new acts, who is it going to affect? They're filling the prisons up.
Yeah.
So I have a big problem with that. So that is why I speak on the things I speak. When I call the police the KKK, why? The police are not held accountable. They're not held accountable. A police officer was able to kill a young woman and continue working. That's how unaccountable they are. That's how no one's looking at them. I was ran over on the Westminster Bridge. The last time someone was ran over on the Westminster Bridge, it was deemed domestic terrorism. A white man shouted nigger and ran me over on the Westminster Bridge, and he was charged with dangerous driving. And nothing was done about it. So when I say these things, I'm not just saying it. I speak with facts, and I come with facts. And that's why they want to shut me down, and they want people to think I'm racist, I'm an extremist. Because if you listen to me and the things I'm saying, we had a country who put 3 million into the SARS unit. The SARS unit went on to kill how many young people in Nigeria? Our country didn't take accountability. We didn't send resources to help those in the hospital. We didn't help those parents that had lost their children and couldn't find them. But we put money into training those officers, didn't we? What did we train them to do? Kill. The officers here that are being trained, what are they being trained to do? Protect buildings and statues. Every protest, where do you see them standing? By the church hill. If you go by the stores, they stand in front of the shop buildings. Are they standing in front of the people? No, because they're not here to protect us. So I speak very clear on the things I say. I back it up with factual account. When I look at the Albemarle report, was the last time money went into the youth sector, and that was in the 80s, and that was the result of a riot. We're always being given pacifiers, and as black people, we no longer want a pacifier. And as a white working class, I have a white foster mother who I grew up with. So I'm not racist. I have no room to be racist. I can only love myself because she taught me to love myself. She taught me that she couldn't do my hair, so I have to do my hair myself. So I had to learn my culture, and I had to embrace my culture. She helped me to embrace my culture. Yes, I come strong, but who doesn't? When have we ever had a revolution that has been done in silence and just through marching? When I say one solution revolution, what do people think? That I'm talking about slaughtering white men left, right and centre? No, I'm talking about a social revolution first. But I'm also able to know that a social revolution is probably not possible based on the current climate. So we have to think of a revolution. Whether we come together as people or we have to stand on our own in our own communities. We're willing to do so because enough is enough. When you've lived so many years, and it's like you're playing a game, you're never winning shit, you're never owning shit. Every time you own something, it goes around at least 5 to 6 years and that's taken away again. Whether it's a community centre, whether it is a grant funding, it goes back away again. Every white children that walks into the classroom, they know who they are, they know where they came from. Whether it's from a misogynist man who cut the heads of his wives off, whether it was from Honest John who called women witches and watched them be hung, they know who they are. We were told that we were savages, we were barbarics. They came and civilized us. We weren't told that King Munsa was the richest man ever, so rich that he gave gold away for free. We weren't told about the black contribution. We were told about the Chinese Silk Road. We weren't taught about the transatlantic trade route. We weren't taught about the blackamoors who conquered Spain for more than 700 years. If you know who you are, you do better, right? When they're sending their kids to private school and sending our children to make up the next labour force, the reason that we have people like Boris is because of their private school system. They're raising their children to be leaders while we're sending us to public school to work, pay taxes and die.
But do you think that people should take their identity from their skin colour rather than their culture?
No, I think your identity comes from your culture. Skin is nothing more than a divisive tool. The colour of your skin is something that they've used to divide and conquer. It's because it's the only thing you can physically see different about yourself, because everything else is the same. You have eyes, I have eyes. You have nose, I have nose. Ears, everything else is the same. They cut you, you bleed red, I bleed red. The only thing that they could use to divide us is the thing here. The black woman possessed the Eve gene. The Eve gene, she makes not only the lightest man, but the darkest man. So we know that race isn't something that separates us. As anything, we're distant cousins somewhere along the line. If history was told properly, we'll know that. But because history is not told and we're taught a Eurocentric education that doesn't serve the people, it serves the preservation of the corporation and the empire, then we can't do better because we don't know any better.
Shouldn't kids in like a European country, or more specifically like in Britain, have like a British-centric education?
Of course, but they should also know where Britain got its education from. Britain took education from the Greeks, the Romans and everywhere. Where did they take their education from? Timbuktu, where the first ever university was. So they need to tell the truth of it, so they understand that we're not people that were just savages. They didn't come into our country and help us. Flies are not buzzing around our children. At a point, heavy was the head that wore the crown, and there was a time where you invaded countries, and that's how the empire was built. No one is saying to British kids, we're going to teach you that you should hate your own. What we're saying is everybody contributed to what is here today and continue to contribute to what is here today. Like my ancestors, your ancestors, they did it together. When my ancestors came and said no dogs, no blacks, no Irish, for some reason Irish is okay now, dogs is okay now, but blacks still ain't. And I wonder, how did that happen? Because what? They divided us. At one point, we walked the same streets together. We built roads together. We had the miners and the black boys striking. Do you remember when the miners striked with the blacks? We were in unity. What happened? When did we start this separatism? What started separatism? When we look at the things like the census, who is coming back around now, the Census Act came about in 1920. Up until 1991, it never mentioned ethnicity. Why was that? And there was a flood of immigrants in the 1950s. Why did it not mention ethnicity? And the census is used to collect information to help people on services. Why did it not mention ethnicity? Why all of a sudden now we're the BAME? Where's a W in BAME? Where's a W in BAME?
You were in BLM before. Can I ask you why you left BLM?
I didn't leave BLM.
Oh, tech people. I thought that I'd play that because it shows Sasha. It shows more about Sasha and what she is. You know, said out of the horse's mouth herself, and also the latest of her condition is that she's stable and she's actually been moving her fingers. So that is another step forward to 100% recovery, and that's what we have to do. Shrine her in a light. You light your candle, you focus on that candle and let that candle, light from that candle, surround our Sasha, which is our modern day warrior queen, with healing so that she can make 100%, if not more, recovery. So for our Sasha. And I see that we have our brother Zola is in the house, and also we have Galactic Clyde. Galactic Clyde, would you like to Unmute. Are you able to unmute?
Of course, I'm able to unmute. Auntie Jane, how are you?
I'm very good. I'm very good. I like to catch you on the hop.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. I gotta be ready.
Of course,
Okay.
forever ready. That's all we have to be, forever ready.
Yes, every time. Big up to Sasha, and this good news to hear. Our sister coming around. We just got to keep that praise going and just keep, making that intercession. Knowing that the ancestor says, that yes, okay, we still want to hear. She still got work to do, and she's, when I listen to her, I know that she's actually speaking to a lot of the young people, because in this day and time when computer and technology is taking them into just a video game, Sasha is really, champion that act and let them know, listen, know your history, know your culture, know the mysteries. Yes, I will that. Anyway, another brother here like a Sasha, but from a male perspective, we got Zola in the house. We have Menzi, and we have our sister Tete Rasta. I've come to know these brothers and sisters from the continent, from South Africa, Azania, and Zimbabwe, and I know that looking forward to the dialogue tonight with our brothers and sisters here. So Zola, we had a talk with Zola that's like supposed to be a 5-minute, 10-minute talk, and that went on for like an hour and something, mind blowing, amazing. Menzi is like, wow, Menzi, when I get to know Menzi, I realize Menzi got his hands in all the pies in connection to work in Africa. Menzi is very resourceful, and I just love the work they're doing. Tete Rasta is another champion, because when I went to Zimbabwe, I first learned about Nehanda, and then come to find I see a video with Tete Rasta. I say, who's that sister? I need her number. I need to be in touch with her, because she went up to Oxford University. I see a video with her in Oxford University showing that the bird, the Zimbabwe bird, is carved on the university, and she was talking about what's going on with the stolen legacy in terms of taking some from Zimbabwe and taking it to England as if they own, as their stuff, our sacred relics, duplicating. And then she also talked about the heads of our warrior queen Nehanda, who's actually they take and have her in the museum, and Zimbabwe is asking for the return of that. So enough can be said, but I'll let them say it tonight. Yes. So big up Zola, big up Menzi, and big up to you, Tete Rasta. Come on in.
Okay. So with this now, I'd like to introduce our very own Zola, all the way from South Africa. Welcome to the Auntie's African Culture Market. The screen is now yours. Let people know who you are, what you do, what you're about. Welcome.
God bless. We give thanks. Thank you, Galactic Light. Thank you, Auntie Jean, for inviting me to the show. God bless. Hello. So my name is Zola Kashimba. I'm a traditional health practitioner. I like to refer to myself as an indigenous health practitioner. I specialize in herbalism and counseling, therapy, and a few other things, amongst my skill set, making music, holding ceremonies with sacred African medicines, and a few other things, but that's what I mainly do. I'm trained as a person that has to practice as what we call inyanga here in South Africa, so a nyanga is sort of like a herbalist, you would say, but that's not giving it justice, because the nyanga is like a moon ritual child, it's the child that uses the lunar energies and works with the lunar phases, to bring about healing. So their work is really one of like understanding nature and the movements of nature. Yeah, that's what I practically do. So, I just love doing my work as a naturopath, naturalist, herbalist, just taking it easy, and like, yeah, that's what I say I do. Champless. So, today, Auntie Jean and Brother Clyde asked me, to come and talk about cosmology. And I was like, oh my God, cosmology, that is such a daunting subject to tackle. Very open, very wide. God bless Brother Chipo. There's so much like there, but you can't talk about cosmology without cosmogony. So cosmogony is looking at the origins, of the universe or the cosmos, or simply put, without us making it complicated, because white people love complicating, it's the study of the origins of nature. And cosmology is understanding, it's the study of how nature relates with itself in all its varied parts, right? So in Africa, we have variety of different cosmologies and cosmogonies. The cosmologies would obviously be talking about different constellations, different planets, and the cosmogonies would be talking about them as personified beings. If we look at, for example, the Nigerian Ifa culture, where they talk about Oshun and Yemaya and Ochosi and Ilegba, and Odu, all of those beings will have their own constellation, but will also have a mineral in nature, an element in nature that represents them. Why? Because ultimately the personification is just there to try and give a concept and understanding of the element that's in nature that's relating to another element. So the question is, where do we start in such a conversation? I remember when I was speaking with Auntie Jean and Galactic Light, this is what we're talking about, one of the cosmogonies, where we went into the creation story of the people of the Zambezi regions. This is a story that was found amongst the Batonga, which talked about how in the beginning, there was an absolute nothingness, and I'll just use this one, I'll go through it as quickly as I can, but it'd be good to share, so we can actually look at why it's so important to have a cosmogony with a cosmology. But anyway, the story goes that in the beginning, there was nothing, a great nothing, and there was time. And a strange mating happened between nothingness and time. From this strange mating between nothingness and time, what we had happening for the first time was a spark. A spark was born. It was in the middle of all this nothingness. And it was alone. And it was afraid. And it asked itself, okay, I'm here now. What do I need to do? Oh, why am I here? Who am I? Oh my God. I am stuck. I'm in the middle of something, and if I don't feed, I'm going to die. I'm going to perish. So the spark began to feed on itself, and it grew. And as it fed on itself, it grew. And it kept feeding on itself, and it grew. After a while, it figured out that it could actually feed off the nothingness. And then it started to consume its mother nothingness. And it kept eating and eating until it was a roaring flame across the skies. At this point, the mother of the spark, nothingness, implored to the great spirit, Nkulunkulu, or what we know as God, and was like, this child is going to destroy me, he's going to kill me. I need your assistance, please. Thank you very much. So then God, Nkulunkulu, decided, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to send the spirit of the cold to go and deal with the spark, which was now a roaring flame. And then a battle ensued between the flame and the spirit of cold. Every time the spirit of cold would send its blizzard shards towards the spirit of flame would roar back with its fires, and it went back and forth. And this fight went on for eons in a never-ending stalemate. And God, after a while, was like, you know what, this is just out of hand. I can't be just watching chaos, just eternally just watching chaos. So from the remnants of this fight, I'm going to create a being that will bring order to all of creation. And then from the remnants of this fight, she created Uma, the great goddess of creation. From the remnants, so all the stardust which had occurred between the fight between the cold, spirit of cold, and the spark, which was a flame, he created Uma. A beautiful goddess with silver skin like silver, with emerald nipples, 4 breasts, sometimes depicted with 3. And she had eyes like the sun, that shone brightly like the sun, the color of the sun. So God asked then Ma to go on a mission for him and say, please, I want you to now fashion order here, create for me. I want you to create the planets. I want you to create river streams. I want you to create order in this place. I am entrusting this future unto you. And Ma went on endlessly and tirelessly working, fashioning rock and meteor into planet, and going and moving and putting one thing in order in one place, and going to another space of the universe or the multiverse where there was kind of chaos, and putting order from all the rubble, turning it into life, giving planets. And then eventually, when she was done molding this here planet that we're on today, she sat on Tabazimbi. And for the first time, she felt something which had only been felt by those that came before her, the one that came before her, the spark, utter loneliness. And then she began to weep and cry. And she wept, and she wept, and she wept, and she wept, and she wept. And she was crying, and the stars began shaking in the skies and falling from the skies as she wept. She wept, and the earth trembled, it shook. She wept. She wept for aeons and what seemed like would destroy the whole of creation and existence. And she wept until from the first time in all of existence, from beyond the great veils, all the veils, from the great nether reaches of other worlds, the voice of the Creator penetrated into this part of existence for the first time. And he was like, why are you crying? I mean, seriously, seriously. I mean, what is this all about? Like, you're destroying everything with your crying. I mean, we've been working so hard. We've been at it together, me and you, team, and now you're crying. I mean, what's the meaning of this? And then she was like, you're so mean. You're horrible. How could you just make me work tirelessly like I'm a dog or something? This is not fair. And he was like, relax. I mean, really relax. I think you're going overboard with it now. I think you need to just relax, breathe and relax. And it's like, no. It's like, wait. Now. Let's breathe and let's just remember. I remember why I sent you here. I knew exactly why I sent you here. And I get it, you're upset, it's lonely, you're on your own. Don't worry, I've got you. But you need to stop all this crying. No, stop. Tomorrow, you're going to have your partner. I heard you loud and clear that you've been down here on your own for too long. and it ain't right for you. It's just not working. So tomorrow, at the crack of dawn, you're going to have your partner. She was like, really? And he was like, I got you. And they're like, okay, fantastic. Then his voice receded back into the nether realms beyond existence, where no one can go except for God alone. Ma's sitting on Tabazimbi. And she's just there, lying back, just thinking like, I wonder what he's gonna be like. Oh my God. I just wonder, is he gonna look like me? Is he just going to be perfect, just like well chiseled and like, you know, or it's gonna be ugly, but maybe if he's ugly, you know, I can work with that, you know, can't be that bad. But anyway, I wonder what he's going to look like. This is just like something I just need to know. You know, and she just went on a tangent in her mind the whole evening until the crack of dawn, until in the forest reaches of the forest, she heard a voice calling out to her, my love, where are you, my love? You know, and then she got up, leaped up from her seat, and she just sprang into the forest and was running like, I'm here, my love, where are you? I'm here. Where are you? Follow my voice and I'll find you. I'm here. And they just were at it. They were like going at it, like just about to collide. And as soon as like their eyes set upon each other, now her spouse, who we know as Usimagate, the one that stands eternity, you know, he was not what you would consider a befitting, if by my appearance, just from appearance, let me just get there, you know, just from appearance, what you'd say would be befitting for this beautiful goddess, you know, just perfect, you know. He was a tree, a baobab tree, with the branches for hands, right? And feet being roots. So he moves around with all his roots for feet, and then he holds everything with these branches for hands. And then he has like these big, wide granite lips, right? And then all these eyes, like lots of eyes all over his back. And then there's the goddess, like all sexy and everything, just like, no, this is wrong. I don't know what happened here. I did not order this. I don't know what's going on here. Obviously, you can see what happened at that point. She just like did a whole 180 the other direction. And then there she is like, no. It's like, why are you running? We're destined to be with each other until the end of time, me and you. And she's like, no, you mad, not me. And he's like, come, you know, and there he goes. You know, they run all the way to the Great Lakes, you know, after Zambezi. Then she jumps into there and she's like, I'm going to be a fish. He's a tree. I don't think a tree can like swim, you know. Oh, she didn't know how persistent and determined this tree was. This specific tree was one like no other. This specific tree just decides to like extend its roots and then just like slides into the river and like, you can't get away from me. My love will never be set free unless I'm in your caress and your embrace. And then she's like, no, you sick, you crazy. You know, so she jumps out the lake and she's like, nah, that didn't work. I need to keep running. And then he's just like, I am coming for you. They run all the way to the west coast of Africa, there by Gondwana land. And she's like, the only thing that I can see, that this guy has no wings. Yes, I can see this. No wings whatsoever. The only thing I can do at this point, we've run around the whole Kalahari, we ran through the Zaire jungle, you know, we've run around the whole of this whole land. You know, I'm just now going to take to the skies because clearly he's landlocked. So she turned into a great secretary bird and took to the skies, flapping her wings. Like, whew, thank God that is over. You know, I thought they could just leave me. He's stuck on this planet. There's other planets. I fashioned them. I'm moving to another planet. Now, Simagade in like great anticipation and shock, like, oh my God, what am I going to do? She's about to escape. God didn't give me wings. What can I do? We are both immortal creatures. I know exactly what I can do. Yes. He shot out all his branches. With all his giant branches, he plunged them deep into the earth. And then he pulled up this great round mound of earth. And then he threw it at her while she was flying away. And it struck her on the head. And then it flew out of our planet and went into our orbit. And that became the moon that we know today. Then she came falling and she was like, pew! Like, and he's like, okay, it got like, catch her, catch her, catch her, catch her. Like, got her. Bam. It's like, I've got you. I am never letting you go. Eventually they consummate. And then Ma gets pregnant. Now you must remember, these are two creatures that have never seen pregnancy before. They don't even know that they're capable of getting pregnant at all. It's all new to them. It's like actually all new. There's no one there like, hey, you're going through this stage now, this phase, eat like this, do these massages, breathe like this, change your finances. You know, there's no one there preaching to them. You know, they just gotta figure it out. They're just in this new surprise. But Simagate, he was just holding on with these branches. It's like, I can't. Last time I let you go, you know, we ran around all this place. We were just running and we're running. We're not stopping. I'm not letting you go. And it's like, wait, but something's different. You can see I've got like a whole belly and like there's movements now. I'm feeling uncomfortable. And he's like, yeah, movements. That's one of those tricks you've been playing for the past 2,000 years, trying to let me let me go for you. No, I'm not letting go. I've got you nice and tight. And then obviously she's like, dude, I'm serious. This is not a joke. This is not a drill. We are actually, something's happening, you know. Then she starts writhing and struggling and screaming in pain, you know. And then she just is like, he's like, oh my God, is she dying? Oh my God, let me let you go. Let me see what's happening. And he's like freaking out. He's never been prepared for this. You know, he's been prepared for many things as a God and all of those things. He's prepared for me, not this though. This was just mind-boggling for him. So what happens as a result at this point? She's writhing in pain and rolling on the floor, writhing and wriggling and wiggling and wriggling and wiggling. And then she finally goes into labor and then bam! The first people are born. The Amarire. They had skin which was red, you know, like the African sand, red like ochre. They had eyes just like their mothers, eyes that shone like the sun. They had inherited their mother's traits, their mother's feelings. They'd gotten the sense of feeling and emotion from their mothers and from their ancestors that have come before them. We'll get into that. They were immortal just like their mother, can only die at the hand of another Amarire or at the hands of a wild animal. And she gave birth to these people, the first ones, not one or two. There's a good millions of people that were given birth to that day. And then something strange happened to Simagate. His barren baobab branches for the first time bloomed with leaves. And from these leaves grew buds. And from these buds fell out these animal fruits. So a zebra fruit, a snake fruit, you know, a lion fruit, an elephant fruit, a hippo fruit, a tiger fruit, a bear fruit, a wolf fruit, a coyote fruit. All the different types of animals came from Simagate as fruits. From his branch, from his stump, his stem, It opened up at the base, at the root. And from there, from the root, all the different crawling reptiles came out. From his stump, all the different birds came out. All the different birds that we see, right? And others from his roots, all the different fishes into the water. And for the first time, there was life beyond just Simagate and Ma, but there was life in all sorts of forms on the first time on earth. And I'll just stop it right there without going on and on now into like what happens with Amarire and where that happens and where that goes, because that got wild, absolutely wild. But those parts are also important, so in this cosmology, so the whole point of cosmology and cosmogony, we don't have words for these in our languages. That word doesn't exist, cosmology doesn't exist, neither does cosmogony. That doesn't exist. What does exist though is what we call imvelo, nature. That's what we focus on rather than the nature. That, okay, in nature, we understand that there's elements. So in the story, let's just talk about elements, for example. The spirit of cold, and the spirit of fire. For example, these two forces working on each other, right? Something hot, something cold, something expansive, something contractive, right? They are a fundamental principle. They are fundamental to a process of creation. Working together, there's a force there that we're not taking into consideration, that we didn't speak about it, but the whole thing of movement, vibration, everything's vibrating and moving. And all those different sounds that are coming from hot and cold, the states of hot and cold meeting each other, they create different forms and different matters because they're all different sounds at different vibrations, which all carry a different physical density. Because force actually has a density, like the force of the wind blowing against you. It's not something tangible until you feel its force. So everything has a force, and the force is the density of the frequency, right? So everything that we see in the stars, whether it's the moon, it's Pluto, it's Mars, it's Venus, or it's Uranus, or Jupiter, or whichever planet, the sun, they're all working the same way that you are working in yourself. Each planet symbolizes a different type of energy. So let's just make it simple. Let's say planet A symbolizes strength, Planet B symbolizes virility, so being like all virile and energized and like wild and just juiced up. Planet C symbolizes heartfulness, for example. And all these planets are working on each other. Each planet has an energy, and let's just say Earth is just planet sponge, just sucks up everything, just sucks up, and like that's its job in the just to suck up. How the planets move next to Earth, the closer they are, the stronger the influence they have. How they're facing them, the stronger the influence they have on them. For example, if you bring fire close enough to wood, the wood burns. You bring fire close enough to water steams and evaporates. So how each planet comes closer to one, and now we're just talking at the level of planets, right? How it comes closer to Earth, each one will influence Earth in a certain way. But this very same dance, why it's called cosmic, is because it's happening at the next level. So at the level of, like, let's say, a whole constellation. Right, so constellations are clustered of all these different solar systems or particular solar systems, for example, together. Then you have it at the galaxy level. All of these different clusters and galaxies, all of them are symbolizing different types of energies. Sometimes the energy of movement, sometimes the energy of thought. And now, the ancient people, they were people who are very perceptive. They would sit down and they would map out the stars. They'd look at, okay, we saw this star, this type of configuration, looks like that. And every time this type of configuration is in our presence, when we're observing it at this specific point, it affects our beings in this way. It either makes us virile, so everything in the nature, not just us as human beings, but the trees have more water, other animals have more liquid content inside of them, we have more liquid content inside of us. Sometimes when this constellation comes closer, everyone is going through a hard time. Everyone is forced to look inside themselves, and there seems to be conflict. They were very, very perceptive, and they would record this, and it'd be taught from one generation to the next generation. The whole point of the cosmology is to help you understand that there's different aspects of nature, and all these different aspects are in yourself. There was different planets that would affect the psyche, and it would go so far that it would affect what plant we administer, what, when we can do a certain ceremony when. You don't want to do a ceremony where it's time for abundance, where the alignment of the constellations would be one where it's not time for abundance yet. It's time to put seed in the ground, and start creating abundance. And then from there, now you've got all these things like astrology and astronomy, etc., 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 etc. But the whole point was to understand how the forces work inside of you. It was a way to move with nature. The whole point of studying was to be able to stay in alignment and in harmony with nature as it moves. As the stars move, you feel a certain way. So that feeling is the content that life is giving to you to work on in yourself, that you've got now. So let's say the energy is an energy that's saying, it's truths. We're in some constellation in the universe somewhere where this constellation is pushing truth, and let's say it's talking about truths about family, and now it's saying, we need you to start speaking up from your chest, from your heart, about what's affecting you in your family life and what's affecting your family, and these things come up for people, right? So now that's the content life wants the person to work on. We can avoid it, we can accept it, either way, based on the way we align with everything. That's the energy that a person has to work with, and they've been given by life in this very moment. So it was a self-regulation tool. This whole thing of cosmology, and cosmology is just the study of nature. It wasn't studied for theoretical purposes. It was studied for the purpose of being able to work through one's own karma, one's own incarnation objective. Because we've all incarnated. We're here for a time, and in this time, we're not here for ourselves alone, because the flesh that we're in is borrowed. It has the stories of all those that have come before. And in there's things that need healing in that flesh, in the body. So based on how things would move, and where we'd be aligned with what, we would then know, okay, we've called that constellation Odu. Now this constellation of Odu, let's say it affects the hands, because it's connected with the hands. Because different constellations are also connected with different body parts, and with different organ systems. So let's say it's connected with the hands, and the hands, yeah, God bless. The hands, like I'll say, they are given to us to do, they are tools of creation at the hands, right? So let's say this constellation of Odu affects the hands, and now it's right there, and this person's got a unhealthy relationship with Odu. Let's say Odu is about having courage. Just making examples. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just creating an example. The energy of Odu is about courage. And this person now being called to exercise courage in their life. That means go through the challenges of what it means to be courageous and to actually embody being courageous. But this person has a very unhealthy relationship with actually embodying courage, right? What will happen then is that their hands will suffer during that time. How will they suffer? Well, like we said, the hands are about doing. Because they can't be courageous, now they no longer can exercise their will, into the efforts that they need to put into the things that they're trying to manifest. And that's what I mean when I say, if now this person's got a back, because a simple thing, let's just learn courage. And if they start exercising courage, they put themselves in a position where they have to use their hands, and now they're creating with life, they're working with the challenges. There's certain things that you can learn in school, and which would be good if they did teach them in school. We hope one day we're going to have schools like that, But the things that we have to learn from life is this thing, how to read the signs. No one has cables in them that you plug into a wall, and then if we unplug you from the wall, lights out. We're all actually alive, animated, and there's an intelligence that's keeping us alive. We understand the physiology of how it looks like, just like we can say Mars is about anger, for example. We're just looking at but there's an intelligence behind it, right? That's constantly informing us. And the things that we need to learn, right, is how to decipher when listening. That no, I'm now being called to look at this. Sometimes because we haven't cultivated the ability to be honest with ourselves, with our situations, with our trauma, it becomes such a difficult thing, an extremely difficult thing just to sit with the content that's being given to you, directly to you, because we are all over the place. So when we start embarking on a journey, when we start to understand, what is cosmology, make it simple on yourself. What are the natural things to life? And I'll just make it simple like this, just so we don't go all over the place with it. There's God at the top. If you're going to do a top-down thing, but there's God. From God, natural laws and principles. The interacting of these natural laws create nature, right? And nature, because it's founded on natural laws and the principles of natural laws, right? It's endowed with the ability to create, different forms, different animals, insects, all sorts of forms, right? Then from those creatures, you have ancestors, right? From the ancestors, you have you. So it's that simple. Before we learn any other thing about cosmology, it's about understanding that first there's God, there's the nature. You see, God is the thing that was before the time and the nothingness. The nothingness doesn't mean nothing. It's an undefined something which will define itself over time because it's in a space of existence, right? So in that nothingness, there's natural laws, because as time moves, right, this nothingness starts to find definition. We start to see different parts of it. As long as there's an observer, start to see different parts, and different parts start to be given definition. And then from that nothingness, we find the laws. From that laws, we find nature. Just like the spark, its parents it had to find its ancestors in the nature. Its parents were nothingness and time. So in that, it gives us the whole thing of knowing that there's a part of you that will be known, that you will know. Then there's a part of you that is unknown, that is defining itself. The whole point of cosmology is that it's to help you to understand your mind, it's to help you to understand your emotions, it's to help you understand the process of creation. And to help you first understand what are the basic fundamental natural things. So like I said, God, natural laws, nature, your ancestors, yourself. Then obviously the natural principles such as like cause and effect. The one thing we don't ever pay attention to is this one, cause and effect. That everything acts on each other and everything creates a consequence. And at some point we have to actually start taking that one very, 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 very seriously. Because when we don't do that, we don't see it's that one that brings the whole other principles into play, depending on what you're doing. And if you don't respect what effects will come from your causes, then we create harm for future generations. Yeah, we can live with the decision that we're making, but the thing that we have to really consider is, are the future generations going to be able to live with what our decisions are creating for them? Because we're not creating for our time alone. We are creating for the times that are still to come, having inherited, the wishes and the thoughts and the verbalizations and the actions of those that came before. So in our ancestral memory, we know that we belong to different parts of the stars. And we know that if we connect with different parts of the stars, we start switching on different parts of our latent DNA. We know this. That's why, for example, Ramadan will happen at a certain time of the year. People will feel will face that whole black monument, Kaaba, and it's all built in alignment with a certain constellation, whichever constellation it is, and they'll only ever do it when the time comes when we're going to be facing that specific. We ourselves also have our own practices and customs that we do that involve us using this type of knowledge. For example, in the Kariba, if people wanted to pray for rain, they would pray towards the Pleiades constellation, to the Galubis, that the creatures known as Galubis that lived in that constellation, because these people, those creatures in that part of the universe, have the capacity to control weather through their psychic abilities, so they would pray in that direction. So the question is, over time, we'll obviously be able to say how, if that specific Pleiades constellation is in alignment with whatever needs to be in alignment and how we're facing it, then we're going to have rain, But what I'm trying to say is, a lot of the knowledge is captured within folklore, in tales, and it's not said in a very direct, straight way. It's a puzzle, where you have to look up and then read the story and you'll see what it means. So whether you look up or you look down, life is that whole principle of as above, so below. What's happening up is what's happening down here. What's happening inside, what's happening outside. Is it your pineal gland that moves first, or the universe that moves first, and which one responds first? They're all moving at the same time, expressing itself. So first start studying yourself if you want to understand cosmology. The deeper we start going into the origins of who we are and what we are, the clearer the answer becomes. But anyway, for now, before I keep going on another rant, God bless, and give thanks.
That is brilliant. It's brilliant. As I said, the story is the starting of life, the starting of creation. Absolutely brilliant. Because I know, so you can elaborate and do more on that. Has anybody got any questions? And I love the way you tell it, the story as well. Absolutely brilliant.
Of course. God bless.
These Galubis. Are the Galubis, I don't know, can you elaborate on the Galubis?
So the Galubis are a type of life form that's been seen here in Africa a few times, spotted by several tribes. It's a long, tall, I don't do any online storytelling. I just do it once in a while. But anyway, it's a long, tall creature which has a very big head, right? Those who would encounter such a creature, after encountering it, would obviously be taken to the local traditional healer, but not just any traditional healer. They'd be taken to someone that's like a Sanusi, and then they'd have to obviously give account of what they witnessed, and then they'd have to go through a ritual purification, you know. But anyway, these creatures would come down to earth just to come survey. But what people would notice when they'd spot these creatures, if these creatures spotted them, you know, firstly, it would want to run away. If it was cornered, it would, from the powers of its psyche, it would have the ability to control weather, but also it could speak in people's minds, you know. There are many, 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 many other creatures that but anyway, like we've all shared with the stories of the gods mating with the daughters of earth and the sons of earth mating with the daughters of the gods, that good stuff, those stories. You know, so we have some people, some tribes along the Zambezi region, you know, who are descendants of these people and who made pacts with these people, with these beings, you know, and amongst them, they were given practices to do, you know, especially when it came to rainmaking, for example, you know, and they were taught obviously to pray towards the Pleiades. They'll hear them and assist them in the ceremony, you know, so they learned ceremonies and all sorts of things like that. But specifically, they are from the Pleiades. Tall, skinny, long fingers, big heads, you know, those creatures.
Can I just, sorry, if I just arrived, I just want to clarify, you know, something. I am from the Congo as well, you know, so the Bantu Congo cosmology is quite similar as well. You know, when you mentioned the nothingness, just to clarify that the nothingness, you know, is more about the unseen and the seen. You know, so the unseen doesn't mean that there is nothing, but it's just that it's unseen on the naked eye. But it doesn't mean it's nothing. Just to clarify, give thanks. It's very similar.
God bless, my Lord. Give thanks.
Okay, we have Arthur Tomlinson. You have a question. Welcome.
Well, it's thank you. I mean, it's not really a question. I just wanted to say thank you. I mean, the way you explained that, it was so eloquently, beautifully put from the start of the of evolution and the way that everything is kind of like born about. If I could just add one thing, yeah, thank you very much, because it was really enlightening, because I know, I'm totally aware that each and every one of us has a key, and it's only when everybody is joined together that the information that is supposed to be for us is going to be open to us and get us all understood, so that we can understand absolutely everything the way that it's supposed to be done. And that the reasons why I believe that happens that way is because we all need to know that we are all one. We are all part of the same entity. And I believe that it's only when that happens, when everybody comes together, that we will get that enlightenment that we're supposed to have. My story adds on to yours, which what your part does is really a complicated set of processes that need to be in place for any kind of creation to actually happen. And that's been my journey, coming from being what I was in one life, and then creating something into another life, becoming an inventor, and now teaching what my story has brought to light, has been absolutely amazing. Insofar as the intricacies that you are talking about, I've been able to put it down so that when you have an alignment in the skies, it's not only creating the part of you that needs growth, it's creating the part of you that needs understanding. So that, because it's so intricately put together and so intricately complicated, it needs a lot of heads to actually put the picture together, because if everybody is part of the key, then it's going to take a lot of different understandings in order to open that bigger picture. And the part that I try to bring about through my teaching of the pyramid is to try and help with the understanding of the individual's journey in what as above so below is trying to teach you, what you need to learn in order to change your vibration, how and what you need to understand in order to pass on to others so that they can form their key and see where their key fits into it. And it's really interesting to try and hear what you're saying now, because like being a part of this group, as far as I'm concerned, I've actually, I think I'm born again, actually, to be honest with you. And I've not been afraid to kind of like say this to anybody, but the freedom of speech and the love and the expression and what's coming out of Black people now is truly a miracle. From my point of view, and the aspects of seeing everybody else and looking at the intricacies in teaching what needs to be taught. And yes, you are quite right. Having a school that would teach this from a young age would be absolutely incredible. Imagine if our children had all of this information from a child, how their brains would be able to move forward spiritually. But I just wanted to say thank you very much, because what you've just said is just another hinge on what I already believe. But thank you very much, and I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time, but thank you all. Cheers.
Here, Arthur.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was brilliant this evening. Honestly, it was very thought-provoking, and more so, it was even you're drawn into the story more. And do you know what's a good thing as well? Your voice, voice, the tone. That is so pleasing. So, yeah, so I just want to give you, just a massive big thank you for that. We've got a couple of questions in the chat. Chipo, she's asking a few questions of you in regards to have you got any storytelling on Zoom at all?
No, I actually haven't done any storytelling on Zoom. Maybe we should do that.
I think it just adds a niche what you can do. And also, are you linked up with an organisation in South Africa, or are you a free agent?
I'm a free agent.
Oh, okay. Careful how you say that, all right?
wait. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Also
Cheryl. So I'm hoping it's about your storytelling, all right? But thank you, Zola. It was fantastic.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Let me also add that Zola does reading as well. He also takes people on retreats as well. Zola, you could talk about your retreats and what you do also in terms of those other stuff we talked about before. Just highlight.
So, like, I do retreats. You know, the retreats that we do are really centered around coming back to oneself and understanding one's nature, but starting with yourself where you are. So we work with a lot of the indigenous medicines, you know, a bit of dream medicine, you know, and a bit of ceremony visioning medicine, you know, and then we take people over 3 days through processes, you know, of cleansing, dealing with their hearts, going in there. So we work with sometimes the mushrooms, what we call or what they'll call magic mushrooms. Sometimes we work with a medicine called Inxota, you know, which is another type of medicine that takes you into the journeys. You know, we work with San Pedro, And we also work with ayahuasca, you know, we work a lot with the snuffs, you know, to ground and send the prayers up. You know, we do the sweat lodge, so we take people through a whole sweat, where we in this whole, so that we create the sweat, you know, it's a hut, and then we in there, we're all sweating, singing songs, doing prayers. We do a vision hike and sometimes a vision quest. We do the ceremonies in the caves, and then we just teach people about how to work with themselves. The whole point of the retreats are to get people back into indigenous living, you know, not looking it, but first being it in their heart, you know. And then obviously, like I said, we do like a whole lot of ceremonies, also individual ones like that, when we're not doing retreat where we've got a specific type of program running. Some of the retreats that we run are based on dreams, so just people learning to do dream work, you know, so sorting out whatever is going on in terms of their dreams, because every night we go to sleep, we come back with content and information, and we need to start learning how to use these dreams as manifesting tools, you know, and also as guidance, because most of the time it's not even about manifesting something that you want specifically, it's about also what's manifesting in one's life and teaching people to work with that. You know, so we've got lots of different types of retreats that we run and different types of ceremonies that we run. You know, and a lot of counseling, like I say, we take people through a lot of counseling, lots of counseling. Yeah, but that's what I'll say just for now, without going on and on about it.
That's good, because you said you do work with a lot of herbs as well.
Yep, 100%. Work a lot with herbs, detoxing, especially the detoxing stuff. You know, that's what I do most of the time with people, taking people through detoxing and for whatever reasons that they're going through. But first, we really go in and diagnose the problem and look at what's happening. We have to take a holistic approach. Yes, there's a physical illness, but like all the time, the illness starts from something that's happening in the person's life and in their psyche and in their emotions. And if you don't first start with balancing the psyche, the emotions, you know, and at least giving them hope to be able to go confront their living situation whilst balancing the body, that's the dance. That's the dance. And it's a very interesting dance, but like you have to have a balance of all those elements, you know. So in the detox processes that I take people through, that's what we're usually working on, you know, getting the person back into themselves, you know. So we work with yoga, we work with diet, nutrition, we administer the correct medicines, food combinations, the whole work. You know, so it's just one of those things that we do. And like sometimes, yes, I also run workshops where I'm teaching about this stuff. Yeah, Marcus.
Wow.
Wow, he's an all-rounder.
Yes, totally.
I heard yoga and I was like, wow. Definitely. Fantastic.
Definitely.
Sorry, could I ask, where does all this take place?
On Zoom or in person, you know. Sometimes, for example, the retreats, right? We have different locations in South Africa where we'll go. Sometimes we'll go out in Mpumalanga. There's a space that we have in Free State along the Drakensberg Mountains that goes through the Free State region. There's spaces in Magaliesberg, you know, so it's a lot of mountain range places out in the nature. It's really nice, really vibey, you know. So we do some of these programs out there. Like, for example, we just, at the beginning of this month, we just had our first program that we ran for this year. And we're going to be running another one in July. You know, we still got to finalize where we're going to do the location. Some things, like I say, we do them over Zoom. I mean, it's like the technological age and it's fantastic, you know. So some things happen over Zoom, especially things like workshops and talks and dialogues, you know. Yeah, and counseling, some people come to me in person, some I do it over Zoom or over the phone. When can we
Possible to put your details in the chat, Zola?
Okay, no problem. I'll put my details in the chat.
Yeah, because that will help Chipo as well. In
Okay,
yeah, because
no
you do
problem.
quite a few things. If you're doing it on Zoom as well, yeah, you're connecting all over, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm doing my best.
No, you definitely are. You're doing very well. You're doing very well.
Of course, we give
Good.
thanks.
So before you give treatment, you obviously naturally you speak to the person to see where they're at, mind-wise, before you start treating the actual symptoms.
100%. I have to first consult them because I have to look at what's going on. You have to assess the whole situation, the living situation. What are the living circumstances like? What's the emotional situation in terms of the traumas that are there? Psychological in terms of what behaviors have they now adopted and patterns of thinking. Before you even get to this, the physical, because the physical ailment will always just be. There's only one sickness in nature: blockage, right? Congestion. And congestion, which is obviously then resulting in cell erosion and more on congestion and putrefaction, et cetera, et cetera. It's just the law of decay, right? But there's only one kind of blockage. So you unblock and you get the waste out. But even if you're getting the waste out, if the person is not dealing with the issue that's holding them in their heart, because that's the thing, the suffocation's happening inside. Until the person's spirit takes a positive turn, it can take the longest time, because sometimes the thing is, like I say, different organs are holding different emotions. Sometimes why people's livers are not recovering, because the liver is an organ that can regrow itself. Why it's not recovering is because the person's full of anger and hatred, for, let's say, someone that they harmed, and they just will never forgive. And they're always talking about this person and comparing people that they don't like. Exactly. So, like, you're not going to get quick healing out of that person. So then you have to obviously create a program that's going to work with that type of person, or deviate them to someone that is good at working with people who have that mindset. So I don't work alone, because there's so many different types of people. Sometimes I have to be like, no. I know exactly who can deal with it. We have a friend who's just exactly, I'll just handle the medicine part if you guys need to have. But in terms of getting the mind right, I know, because we're not always the right face to say things to people. We can have the correct, exactly the things the person needs to hear, but you may not be the face that needs to be saying it.
Right. So you could say that a lot of our emotions and ways and attitudes and thoughts brings on our own illnesses.
100%. And the most important thing there, it's our unresolved family situations.
Okay.
I'll say this, all people in the diaspora is in and outside of Africa. The thing that we need to fix is our tradition and customs. Before we learn anything, before we learn anything about our Africanness, you can come into Africa, people are modern. They're not living in the indigenous way, The first thing that people here in Africa and outside of Africa need to learn is the traditions and the customs. Don't worry too much about the deities and the planets and no. That's that stuff's not as important as this part, the traditions and the customs and the rites of passage, because that's where the life is. That's where the identity is. That's where you make the connection, because life is action. Life works on you. It's moving. So when you're doing your traditions, your customs, you're moving according to who and what you are. Now, again, please, let's not ever get caught up on semantics of, in this custom, there's the use of blood, but these people don't do it. They don't use blood. Hey, it's not about the blood. Take that out. You don't even have to be doing things that involve blood. If that's all you're saying, then a lot needs to still change and shift inside of a person. It's about understanding the customs at different stages. What happens before a child is born? When a child is born, a child turns about 7 years old, 11 years old, 18 years old, when they the different stages of life, when they're getting married, when there's a funeral, understanding the way of life. You know, it's not about animals. If you don't like to slaughter, don't slaughter. Just make sure you know how to do the custom. You know, and this is the whole thing that where I'll keep saying people need to start learning that first. As soon as we get that part right first, right? You know, then we're on a good track. And the quickest way I'll say to do that or the smartest way I can think of right now. You know, I don't know how costly it's going to be that side. You know, but people should go for DNA tests where they map out which parts are you most dominant from in Africa, you know, and then from that data, start learning the cultural, from the groups that you're most dominant of. Start learning the culture, you know, learn the customs, the practices that, okay, they do this and do this and they do this and do this. And then from there, you know, because that's the task that we've been given in this time, that we have to develop rites of passages, customs and traditions for the future generations, because as Black people, we're not the Black people of the struggle, that specific struggle. We're in a different struggle. Our struggle is constructing the education. It's creating the content. It's creating the way of life for Black people. Ours is not, you know, to go and get beaten and whipped and all of those things. Ours is to actually now collect the data properly and then practice it and teach it to the youth so the youths can take it to where we can't go. But I feel that's Marcos in closing.
Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. I see, Sister Patricia, you've unmuted. Is that a question or? Oh, you have got a telephone number. You have
telephone. Yeah, absolutely. Can I just say something quickly about the DNA? Just something quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm just I wanted to go and have a DNA for many years, but I know what they do with that. They don't actually release. They don't get rid of it. They still keep hold of it. So they're using it as a bioweapon against us.
Yes.
So hence whilst I don't, I love to go and get one, but because I know that that information is kept with the colonizers and it's still kept with them, I will not go forward and do it. That's my only reason. But yeah, I love to go and do that because, but yeah, that is just my choice, and I will not be doing it.
Yeah.
So no, that's you. So
we need to find that black Pan Africanist that does this work. You know, it's an opening in the market. It's an opening in the market.
Can I say something about that?
Wait a minute, let the lady with the telephone number, could we unmute yourself and tell us your name, please? Unmute yourself so we can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Samalola. I was with Sister Sandrine in the other past clip, Zoom that we did.
Thank you. Yes, I recognize you now. How are you doing?
Well, I just quickly want to support what the brother was just saying, because as he was talking, I was just being taken back to my youth time back in Nigeria, and the upbringing, tradition, and everything. Today, I realized that unknowingly to me, I did not allow my emotion to affected all what I've been through throughout my youth time till I left Nigeria back, traveling to Europe, because that was the only way that today I find myself growing up and developing spiritual level and in many things, because my emotion did not have an impact in all what I've been through, upbringing and everything, suffering brotherly or sisterly hatred and talking. Once I just hear it, I let it go. And today I can say I'm really free, because for what that brother said, many people live with anger and live with jealousy, live with all that, and it blocks their way. And as he was talking, and I said, maybe this is why, because I hardly fall sick. and I don't know why. I don't take medication, but I drink roots and many things. So as it was just, it's like it's telling me the reason why today my immunity, let me say my immunity is great. So because truly you have a lot of people that they are living in a way of anger. Yes, this sister do this to me, or the sister-in-law, or the mother-in-law, or stepmother. Mostly many of Africans grow up in polygamous family home. I don't know about other nations, but in Nigeria it's very common. Very rare you will see someone or a home that is one mother in the home. If the father didn't have another wife in the house, we have outside. That at the end, you will still meet the other children. So thank you very much, brother, for that explanation. I'm very grateful.
Thank you very much, Mama. Because we get thanks.
My name is Samalola, so.
Nice to meet you, Mama. Samalola.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Mama.
Very much that information. Now I really please continue that important for mostly women to know. We don't need to keep hatred or jealousy or whatsoever. It stop our open up, it stop even our spiritual power. It blocks a lot of things, even blessings, that where you are angry unnecessarily, you might miss the opportunity to meet someone who is ready to help. You see, or being anger for somebody always upset, but when the issue is gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
He's never even wanted to hold on it, only if the same person bring it up. So what I always do, I avoid that person, because when I'm upset, before I'm delivered from anger, I don't really, take yes for an answer. So it's always do what I want, fight it to finish. But since I've been delivered from that, from being upset, when I can upset, and immediately when it's finished, I don't go back to it or hold on it against the person. So, and it's very, very important, because many minor things that we don't think that they are very important affect our spiritual life. And today, someone asked me, I will say, I've never go through any trauma life or whatsoever, but I didn't let my emotion, have impact into it. I don't know if I'm the one who do it, or the spirit, or my unconscious. I just know that I don't allow emotion to be part of my daily life. Once something is gone, it's gone. And if I'm going to be upset, I do it that day. And once it's finished, it's finished. So it's very, very important to liberate us from a lot of things.
Yeah, Ashe to that. And thank you. Any last questions?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to.
Oh yes, sorry, Congo Bongo man.
I just wanted to add regarding the DNA, because sometimes the DNA, it's we have not, we don't have control of our of all this. It's more like Eurocentric kind of led DNA tests and things like that. But what I can say about the let's say the tradition and the culture, and let's say the African, not to say the Bantu or the Bantu Congo or the Orisha, all the African cosmologies, have a lot in common. As a matter of fact, the roots of it is very, 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 very similar. So I am okay. I know my roots. I know I was born in the Congo and everything. But we have to remember that Africans are nomad. We have moved, places, all over. All right. And we have, we have populated the whole world. My advice would be, it's not because, let's say, I do study, Bantu Congo, cosmology, Bantu cosmology, all the African cosmology, You know, I study them. And that's how I see the similarities. So my advice on that is also like, you know, the last, you know, message we had with the other brother who did the art psychotherapy thing, you know, about the circumstances, the thoughts and the feelings and the result. That these are parts of the cosmology as well. It's very similar. And also, like the brother said, there's a lot that it's said in parables and in proverbs, you know, and you have to find, you know, the meaning of things. But what I can say regarding the healing, you know, things, sound, you know, and also natural things such as nature, water, a lot of those elements, and it's found in all the African cosmology, whether it's, you know, Kemet, whether it's, you know, Russia, east, west, north, south, central, all over Africa. And it has been also transferred in the Caribbean and all over the world, really and truly. Even if you see India, Australia, all over the world, there are a lot of similarities in the how the indigenous people see the cosmology, as we say, you know, because so it may not necessarily be African cosmology. You can even study the Indian cosmology, the Australian cosmology. You will find similarities into the healing process and how to kind of lead you know, how to keep healing yourself, also stay healthy in somehow, you know. Yes, we also do say that, you know, we live in a Eurocentric lifestyle, so there are a lot of blockages. There are a lot of things, whether even in Africa, in the mainland or in the diaspora, you know. But we have a Eurocentric system all over the world that is controlling the way we move, the way we live, the way we do things, the way this and that. So there are a lot of contradictions and a lot of things that you cannot. It's very hard to control in some ways, and so there is. As an artist, as a musician, I always give thanks for that, because I can, you know, find ways, especially as a drummer, find ways to kind of, you know, readjust myself and refocus into who I am, you know, and what, you know, my, you know, let's say mission or duty or calling is. And everyone is the same and is very similar as well. We all are different, but we also all are the same in a sense, because we have one duty and one calling that is very, you know, common, is to live in peace and harmony. And so all those cosmologies, you know, like the Orishas, for example, they will use, you know, the Ogun, the this and that, but these are metaphors. They are metaphors. They have, you know, they translate something, you know, deeper than just the picture that you see, or the man or the water or the woman that you see, or even what this, you know, the sayings. These are metaphors that go much deeper. It's very spiritual. That is then, you know, let's say, translated into the physical world. Again, it's about the seen and the unseen. And you see that in the Maratumbutu, in the Kemet, and all this. So the DNA, I would say, is a very Eurocentric thing. But to stay in line into the focus of your calling, and also how to, let's say, readjust yourself into a certain alignment with nature, with the cosmos, and with, you know, just life as if in general. It's about really, yeah, using the forces of nature and all the elements, but also, again, focusing, meditation, sound, you know, and all those kind of things, basically, you know. And again, African cosmology has the same roots. So it doesn't matter where you come from, whether it's east, north, south, whether it's diaspora or everything. You can study any African cosmology. You would find, you know, the deeper you go, you will find the similarities. Also, obviously, there are differences, but in the end, you will definitely find similarities. But I would say it's also to, as they say, is to read behind the lines. Read behind the lines in the sense that, you know, don't just look at the picture as it's presenting to you, as it's presented to you. You know, there is a deeper meaning into that. And usually the physical thing that you see there's a lot, spiritual side behind it, basically, that we have to kind of look also. Again, there's always a balance. That's what I'm trying to say. There's always a balance between the seen and the unseen. And that is very important to really understand that. Between the seen and the unseen, there is always a balance to find. It's not necessarily pros and cons. It's not necessarily pros and cons, but there's always a balance to actually look at the physical and the spiritual, in order to really, understand and follow, the way we're supposed to be, living. Again, it's all about peace and harmony, and that's the balance, really. Give thanks.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there, Congo. In terms of you're saying about the DNA is Eurocentric. A lot of us don't know exactly where we've descended from. So this is why they've sorry, Zola. This is why they've like tapped into this sort of this market, because they know that we've been dispersed and where we've actually come from. You're lucky. You know where you actually have where you've originated from. You can go back through your lineage, but a lot of us can't do that, so this is why they've tapped into it. So I don't think it's about Eurocentricity at all. I think it's about people trying to understand where they are coming from. And
what I'm trying to say is this: I may be from Congo, I may be born in the Congo, but it doesn't mean my DNA is only Congo. That's one other thing that I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. You see, same with the brother in South Africa. It doesn't mean that he's born in Africa, in South Africa, and his DNA will only find South Africa. He may find some DNA in East Africa or West Africa. You see. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. We have to be mindful with those DNA, and we have to remember that we are one people. The origin, really and truly, is one. You see, and then we are nomads. So we have always moved about, never stayed. And especially if you look at the Sahara, for example, once upon the time it was very it was green. It was not desert. It was very green. And also with the wars and all the things, people have to go down. You see, so there has always been movement, always and always. So the DNA will always differ, and it will never be just one, literally. Whether it's Somalia, whether it's Nigeria, whether it's South Africa, whatever.
I totally get that. But what your statement was, you said that, sorry to harp on this.
No problem.
What your statement was is that where you come from, and that's what I've latched onto. So, but a lot of what I'm trying to say, a lot of us do not have that information. Hence, whilst they've tapped into the DNA market, as it were, the ancestry market. So, so that's what I'm trying to put across as well.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just trying to encourage in a sense that it's okay. It is important, but it may not be necessarily that important. In a sense that you will always find your way home. You see? All right. No, so yeah.
No, thank you.
Give thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Sorry, may I comment on that a bit? May I comment on that aspect?
Yes, Menzi.
Greetings, everyone. I did raise a point earlier on that I might not be able to stay till 11. So I just wanted to say a few words. Zola said a lot. I wrote on the chat that almost everything, not almost everything, everything. In fact, Zola said more than everything. For me, tonight, there's nothing that I even want to add. I know that in the agenda we have something to do with the Zulu monarch and things like that, but I don't think it would be fair to even speak about those things and give it justice when Zola has put such subjects, Mkhulu Zola has put such subjects that are so pertinent and so important, has raised them up. For me, even tonight's subject matter can go on for another 3 or 4 sessions, just unpacking everything, including this issue of the DNA, which I have a lot to say about also, but I would rather not say it on this sitting. But suffice to say, I'd like to comment just one part about the issue of the DNA. Both the sisters and the brothers are right. What the brother is saying, the brother from the Congo who's speaking about the fact that there is more to you than just your DNA, and the fact that there is this issue of oneness, the question of oneness of humanity. And it's a very touchy subject, especially when it comes to Black people. Black people who are like me, who are Black conscious, and also those who are Pan-Africanist, but also especially those who are in the diaspora, those who have been taken away through the transatlantic slave trade and all kinds, the human trade. So it is a very touchy subject. That's why I'm saying it raises different vibrations for people in different circumstances. So, but the sister used the interesting word market. It is a market. He is saying it's a Eurocentric approach to knowing oneself. But from a different context, it is the only way someone can find out that they are from Senegal through the fifth generation or sixth generation or eighth generation or whatever, depending on when you were brought to UK, or when you were brought to Martinique, or when you were brought to Jamaica, or when you were brought to New Orleans, depending on where you're coming from. So it's kind of like it's a quick route. It's a very easy one. It's like when you go to these Western doctors, the mainstream doctors, they give you, instead of dealing with the root of your problem, they will deal with the symptom in a very, I would say, cosmetic way, instead of dealing with what is the root of your headache, like a person like Zola would go on a holistic quest. It will take you on a quest to find the real root of your headache, not just the nervous system, the root, which is, the surface part, which is just your nervous system. It's okay, this nerve is pinched, there's a blockage here, or therefore you have a headache. But a typical Zulu or a typical also African Sangoma or healer may take you on a long ancestral journey to explain, not just the ancestral journey, but what are you eating? Everybody knows holistic wellness. What are you eating? How are your sleeping patterns? What's your diet like? What are your thoughts like? What's going on in your emotional level before we even get to the headache, right? So I'm just saying with that, I'm still commenting about this issue of the DNA to say that it's just one part of self-knowing. And I would even dare say that as important as it is really on the surface level. But lastly, on the same issue, I would say there is another alternative way of actually getting to know oneself, which is something that me and Galactic Clyde, I think we spoke about recently. There are journeys that African people from various parts of the diaspora are taking into Africa, right? So there are programs, various different kinds of programs. Some are doing it through the Kemetic way. They only end up in Egypt or maybe around Sudan. They go to Sudan, they go to the east, but some go deep to where they really feel that they are from, if they can gather the story. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
If you can find your story, if you have people that know, let's say grandparents, great-grandparents, who have a clue that to say, oh, you were Ghanaians, but you may find out that you came from Ghana, only to find out that you come all the way to Ghana, let's say through a DNA process, tracing your roots through the DNA process that is out there in the market. Interesting word, market. But and then you go all the way to Ghana, only to find out that you came from the other side of the African continent. You only arrived in Ghana 200 years before you were taken on a slave ship. I hope you're following what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
You may come from Cameroon, but your people only arrived in Cameroon 100 years before they got to Cameroon. You are actually not Ghanaian. You are not Cameroonian. You are actually Zulu. You come all the way from the south, right? But your DNA only traces you back to your parentage, which is in Ghana. So to take this on a broader level, just to make it broader, we are dealing here with cosmic consciousness. cosmic consciousness. We are African people who are actually, let me tell it quickly through a Zulu way. It partly deals with what Mkhulu Zola was saying earlier about beings, extraterrestrial beings and all that. There is a Zulu a story. I'm not sure if it's a folktale or what. Some people of Nguni origins would tell you, Tinama Zulu, we came from a red planet somewhere in the Pleiadian, around Orion. We came from a red planet somewhere around Orion. That's why we call Zulu. The word Zulu itself means the heavens, right? But some Zulu people will say, we have absolutely no story like that. But a particular clan amongst the Nguni people would tell you that they would even explain the kind of machinery or the kind of equipment that brought their particular clan to this part of the world from outer space, right? So the stories will vary, but there is a similarity only in how can I put this, in the fact that we are galactic. Sorry, Clyde, I'm just using your name there. I said this again in our previous discussion. We are galactic.
Okay.
We have a terrestrial, so-called terrestrial origins. If we trace our history to 30,000 years, like for example, the Zulus, some Zulu historians, as early as 1910 or 19th century, say that we came from Kemet. We walked somewhere, we migrated from northeast Africa. Some would say Yemen, some would say Kemet. But the historian, if you study history carefully, some would say, no. We came from the south and we went up the Nilotic meridian and ended up in Egypt. Egypt comes from us, not the other way around. Do you see how the story here goes back and forth, to the point whereby the point is missed. People miss the point. The point is not about just only the source of origin. Some say, mountains of the moon. We come from the mountains of the moon. So that means the origin is not Egypt. The origin is not Zulu or Mapungu or whatever, but the origin is Uganda, or the origin is Mount Kenya. I'm using a loose word there, But I hope you're following what I'm saying. The point I'm making quickly is that the origin are very important so that we can trace, because with the origin stories come culture, what me and Zola were speaking about earlier. The fact that all of this is about impilo siko. Impilo siko is a word which basically means, or sigompilo, which basically means lifestyles of our people throughout history. What has been our lifestyle? How have we been healing ourselves? How have we been organizing our society? How is family organized? What rights do we do for children? What rights do we do for marriage? We trace that through our terrestrial history. But now, when you move from the point, when you understand life, like now knowledge is increased according to scriptures and all that. Knowledge is increased to such a level that we know that we are not only terrestrial beings. We have a terrestrial history which is important. Here in Africa, Africa's history is very important. We must understand it and gather enough information and have enough libraries, enough museums, and enough science labs, enough resources whereby we actually look into African cosmology and African history and African indigenous knowledge systems and science. But at the same time, while we gather that, time is not standing still. We are living in a time where certain other people, different races, whether it's Chinese or Russians or Americans or wherever, they are, and some South Africans, are looking at other planets. They're looking at what is possible for life. How is life in Mars possible? How is life on a different planet possible? So I am saying that knowledge is, it's important to go back to do the Sankofa process and understand yourself and your origins as an African, but it is also very much important to understand that knowledge is being created at every single moment. And you need to find your roots, but at the same time, you also need to find exactly what kind of fruit that your roots are producing, so that whatever you leave for your children is not just the history of just their past and your past, but you are also creating scientifically and spiritually a legacy that is actually both forward-looking. You may be backward-looking and do Sankofa process so you know where you're going, but it's very important to actually leave a legacy. I hope I'm not rambling now. I'm going to stop. Leave a legacy. Leave a legacy that is constructive. And we can only do that once we have a proper understanding of some of the things that Zola was speaking about. All the tools we need for our healing and for our becoming, for our divinity, for our strength is actually already in our body. Is already been given. Yeah, let me stop there. Amenra. Just stop there. All of it is right here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sister Samalola?
Brother, I don't quickly get your name. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Sister Jane, to quickly. There is one thing I want to pin out from this issue of DNA, because sorry I came in late to join the Zoom, was that we should not forget one thing, that before the colony, we are one family. And during the slave trade, before the colony, a lot of division, traveling or taking all around. And I have one little story I want to share. There was a time while I was still in Brussels, I met a sister whom, when she heard that I'm from Nigeria, she now said, please, she need to talk to me, that her father was from northern Nigeria, from Kano or something like that, who went to Congo on business trip, and he married a woman there who is from Congo. But unfortunately, the man tried to, I believe he settled down there, but during the regime of Mobutu, he sent many other Africans away. So the father of this lady and her two sisters, her two brothers who are living in France, are born by a Nigerian house of father. And the mother, the auntie, and the others, they have no any information about the man, but they only have the name. And I told her one thing, that if she really wants to get to know the family of her father, she needs to go to either Nigeria or go to the embassy to see how they can help her. You see, and she's from Congo, but her father is from Nigeria. See, we've all been mixed up, and the colony have so much created a division that we are saying, I'm from this, I'm from that. Whereas, as that brother said, we are from one foundation, from one family. I think that is one thing we have to always remember, no matter which part the colony have let us be. There was a family, one guy who saw his family name from someone from Sierra Leone, and they communicate together back to America, and they now find that there are even the real families from Nigeria. So they really make a very big feast of reuniting and getting to know each other. So this thing is something that if we have to be thinking of, I'm from Congo, as the brother said, we might find our DNA that our original father or whatsoever come from the other side of the continent. So we should just accept who we are, that we are from the same foundation, and beyond that, to try to cooperate, or work in wherever we were located, to bring us back to the unity that we are right from the beginning, to form a family, a foundation, a country, a community. Because if, as what they have been discussing with this African unity, something that they want to have one passport, one money system, And about the language, I don't know. I just pray that it should be possible. But about the other aspect, I think it's something that we need to be willingly want to be. Because today, the colony have made us to be say, oh, I'm from Ghana, I'm from this, I'm from that, which really pissed me off when I hear that. And if we should go and find out through DNA, as the brother is saying, I might find that it's my very close cousin. You see, so we need to really work our best to put that division behind us. Whosoever from Jamaica, whosoever is my brother, is my sister. Auntie J might be someone, if we go to DNA, it might be very close to me that I don't know.
Yes,
you see, so we need to really find that and join our hearts to be one family and to help and sustain, in particularly tolerate each other, no matter where they come from. A lot of mixed marriage and so on from like in the West Africa, Ghanaian, the Benin, the Ivory Coast, and so on. Very rare that when they go to the DNA, they will not find someone who is either from Nigeria or from the other side. So this is my own opinion, that we should try to put that, what the colony have created in our life, behind us and be calling each other brothers and sisters in a way to form that unity and not to allow the political segregation, oh, and this and that, because they create problem more and more than ever. So we should walk in hand of tolerating each other and love each other and help each other as much as we can. Even if it's just ordinary information, it will really help and uplifting one's life. So, and for each other to share our knowledge, okay, I can do this or one can do that, in a way to give the generation growing up a sense of unity and love in between them, because it's very, very, very important. So what they use to make us to turn back to each other, we should turn it around to make it to united us and love each other. So thank you very
much, Mama. Thank you very so much. That's exactly what I meant, Mama. Thank you very so much. Last thing, to study Niger Congo, all right, the Bantu. Niger Congo is one of, if not the oldest, language or roots that you can find in Africa. That is the motherland, Niger Congo. So the Bantu, as we call, just means people, meaning we just moved all over. Niger Congo. If you want to find your roots, study Niger Congo roots, and you will find all the roots of all over the world, at least Africa. And the reason why you see Somalians, they look like this, and this, they look like this, is just geographical, nothing else. It's geographical. Just like, the whites look whites and the Arabs look Arab, it's only geographical, nothing else, So Niger Congo, if you want to study your roots, wherever you come from in Africa, study Niger Congo, which is one of, if not the oldest language, that actually the origin of all other languages of all over the world. Say no more. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Mama.
Give thanks. Give thanks. And I would also like to give a big thanks to Zola. I know said that you had a specific time, so I don't know if you're still there, but I'd like to say give thanks for your presentation. Zola, I don't know if you're there to do a few quick last words to round up.
No, job bless. We give thanks. Thanks for hosting, Koki. Thanks for everyone being here, and it was amazing. Job bless.
Okay. Thank you. And if you'd like to put your details in the chat, so that if you haven't done it so already, so that people can get in contact with you, because you dropped a lot of gems. So there's a lot of gems for us to be picking up and following.
Okay, let me I'll put my email. I'll put my WhatsApp number. Oh, that's my email.
Wonderful. Thank you. And to remind everybody, we are listening, those listening on Black Culture Radio. So if you do drop out or have to go somewhere, you still can listen in via the Auntie Jean Zone on Black Culture Radio, which is all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. And we saw a bit of Menzi before, and I know, so you said that Zola has touched on quite a few topics that you says you can't do justice to, but I'm still going to call you to the screen. Regardless. And so Galactic Clyde, I don't know if you want to say something quick before.
Yeah, Menzi is the wordsmith. You know, when I talk with Menzi, I'm learning the language, Makosi. Menzi, come through. I hear that.
I'm loving the voice of the children over there. You know, there's light, future, there's possibilities. Okay, just a few words. You know, it's not last words or anything. Maybe someone else can say the last words. Um, the why I said that Zola said everything that needs to be said is because as I was listening to him, especially from the fact that he started with that Zulu cosmology. I call it Zulu cosmology, but we can call it Nguni cosmology or African cosmogony. He used the word cosmogony also and explained what's the difference between cosmology and cosmogony. So that was a very excellent way to start this conversation because, as my brother from Congo also mentioned, that if you go anywhere in Africa, you will find very similar stories. But someone mentioned that these are metaphors. Excuse me for the light. Someone mentioned that these are metaphors, right? But they are metaphors based on certain, some people will say it's a folk tale. Some will say so-called fairy tale, right? But almost all these stories are founded on some kind of storytelling, which we are keeping alive even right now. Just a bit of history. I came into consciousness through the music called hip hop and reggae music, right? But the kind of hip hop and reggae that I was listening to when I was young is the kind of hip hop and reggae that was spoken and created by people who called themselves gods and earths. You understand? The 5%ers, the people of the nation, the people of who were Rastas, somewhere speaking from a level of like deep knowledge, in science of blackness and African history, deep love for African history. You would swear that some of these guys were from around the corner from where I stay, but they were born in New York or LA, or people like Roots Manuva in the UK, and others. So I came into consciousness around that time. Before I get to the books, before I got to the books, I was listening to the word, sound, and power of my brothers and sisters in reggae and in hip hop. The reason I'm mentioning that is because everything has what do you call, like a history and heritage, right? That we inherit from wherever we find it. But there's a divine reason why I would be drawn, I or any other sister or brother would be drawn to a certain kind of knowledge, so that later in your life, that stuff becomes part of your, I'm going to use the DNA again. It becomes part of your DNA. It becomes part of your resources. It becomes part of your tools that you use to heal others. Because the greatest healing that must happen in this century is really the healing of the mind, right? The healing of the mind of the African people globally, because there are millions of African people globally who don't think like us, who don't talk the way we talk, who are not even engaged in this kind of conversation. They are about Louis Vuitton, they are about material life, right? And they are about basically becoming, mimicking European culture, right? So as they mimic European culture, they replicate that culture. So in order to gain what Guru, gifted unlimited rhymes universal, the brother from the old group called Gangster, he used to say that you need to create mass appeal for the positive knowledge, right? Because it's a war. It's a war for the territory. Lauren Hill said it's a war for basically colonizing the mind. So if we feel this generation with this kind of knowledge that we are discussing here, compared to the knowledge that they are getting on the radio and on television, live vision, and everything that is out there. It's basically powers like the yin and yang. There are dark powers fighting for supremacy, and there are powers of light fighting for supremacy. It is up to us to actually plant the seeds of light. And I was saying that Zola has said everything because he really did say everything that we need. The tools are within us. They are within us, but then we have to nurture them by making sure that we replicate this knowledge, replicate it, sow it amongst, what's the right word? Not publicize. What's that word? Propagate, right? Propagate the right propaganda to fight against the wrong propaganda. You know, not maybe the word fight is not even the right word to use, but I offered earlier that in a chat that some of the people, like around 2009 or 2008, I read the book, The Osarian Initiation by Ra Unefa Amen. It was as if the elder wrote everything that I always thought about. It was not like I was reading a book. It was as if someone is repeating to me what I already know, you know. But he was talking about deep chemetic stuff, metonator, and all those in a very scientific way. But everything that he was saying is something that was already embedded in our DNA. He's reminding us, all of him and others, many others, Ashrakwesi and all of others, they are basically repeating the things in a very systematic and scholarly or maybe even academic way. Something that we already know, something we already hold. All we need to do is make sure that we create the institutions, the education systems, and the entertainment system, and the scientific disciplines to make sure that this knowledge spreads faster than the singularity that the what do you call it, the artificial intelligence that is being created by the dark forces. That's all I have to say. That's my last word. Balance the forces. And don't fight Bill Gates.
Okay. First of all, we need you to introduce yourself.
Oh, by the way, who I am.
Who you are, what you do.
Yeah, and by the way, for those who are wanting to use their energy fighting the powers, it's okay. I'm wrong to say don't fight Bill Gates. If you want to do that, that's your call. But my way is to actually create alternatives that are better than whatever they are creating. So my name is Menzi Maseko.
Your volume's gone down, so I don't know if you can put the microphone a little bit closer.
Can you hear me now? Menzi Maseko is my name. I'm from KwaZulu Natal, the province of KwaZulu in South Africa, what is called South Africa. We call it Azania also. I am a what am I? How do I define myself? I do so many things. I'm just a guy. I'm a father of triplets, a husband to somebody, and a teacher of indigenous knowledge and a promoter of indigenous knowledge systems. Sometimes I heal, sometimes I need healing. But really, I'm involved and I work with a group called Ikambi Natural Healing, where we are basically creating a hub for people like Zola to actually, people like Zola and many others of different walks of life who are healers, whereby we bring them together so that more people can reach, more people can be reached by their by basically the healers, you know, because the healers are all over the place in South Africa. Sometimes you never know who's the charlatan, who's the real thing and who's not the real thing. So what we do in our organization, we basically go out of our way to find the real thing, the real deal, so that people get real knowledge from the real source. Whether those people are online or not online, there are people on the ground. We don't have WhatsApp and all that. We gather them, we gather their knowledge, and we interview them. We do podcasts, we do workshops, so that the knowledge of self realization does not disappear. we archive it. We make sure that every session that we do is well archived so that people can get it. It's not just online. It's not just on YouTube. It's not just on Instagram. It's not just on Zoom or Zuckerberg Media. We try to make sure that all this is actually archived in such a way that generations and generations can find it. That's part of what the work that we do. And I have an organization called Green Ink Works. I'm a translator of Zulu and English and Zulu. That's my qualification in school. That's what I went to school for. I'm a linguist and a translator. And sometimes I write poetry. Sometimes it just works through me. And I'm trying to play the trumpet for other reasons. And one of the great reasons is from this, there's a reggae band called Midnight. The brother said in one of his lyrics, it is an honor to blow the trumpet. Something, I forgot the rest of the lyrics, but he says it's an honor to blow the trumpet. But he was not talking about a trumpet, he was using a trumpet as a metaphor. So that's where I am.
Thank you.
But I can
so
drop
much.
my bio.
And I know, so you must be tired because you've been traveling for today as well. So,
yeah,
you
I
know.
was traveling today, but I'm still tired.
Yes. Okay. Before I let you go, I know Sassy Patricia's got her hand up for a question, and also, yes, just got a hand up.
No, I thank you very much, Menzi, for your contribution. As you said, you're a man of many talents. The reason why I raised my hand was to try to ask whether you could speak a bit louder, because I had difficulty hearing what you had to say. So I had to listen very acutely in order to hear you. And I think that may have been the case for others on the platform. So I don't know, if we, in terms of further questions, if you have the opportunity to increase the volume a little bit from your end, because mine is on 100%. If you are able to, then that would be great, because it means people will be able to hear you a little bit better.
Is this the mic? Okay, I think the mic was down below when I was talking. I'm sorry.
Yes, it's
but
better
it was
now.
Is it better now? It was
Yes.
basically a little something that I can put on I'll put on the chat as a bio. But I can't also speak too loud because the triplets are sleeping.
Okay.
I've got these 5-year-old boys downstairs who are sleeping, so it's very difficult to speak a little louder. Okay. Unfortunately. Yeah, but I'll just say
you are louder now than you were before.
Okay, just in a nutshell, I work with an organization called Ikambi, Natural Healing. And Ikambi is a Zulu word. It means a cure, or it basically means medicine. But there's another word called Muti, which means the same thing. But Ikambi just basically means a cure. And what we do, we are a hub for indigenous knowledge with regards to medicine. We basically do sessions twice a month where we get healers to come speak about their healing practices and how they do them and why they do them. Basically, to create kind of like a space where healers are not just spotlighted, but they are profiled, and then we keep their profiles, and we kind of try to create an archive of modern day traditional healers, indigenous knowledge holders, and people who are engaged in the holistic healing field, people like Zola. So there are various people who are like Zola, even though Zola is very, very unique. There are various Inyangas around where we are from. I'm from KwaZulu Natal. I said that in the beginning. KwaZulu Natal, which is the east coast of Southern Africa, what is called Azania. That's where I'm from, but I'm living in Gauteng, near Johannesburg. So we work mostly online, but we also do workshops. We meet with people and we interview them and we keep their stories for generations, so that generations can access, younger generations can access these stories in the not just stories, but they can access the knowledge of healing, because it's very, very, I won't say complex, but it's very, it's multi-dimensional. African healing or indigenous knowledge systems is about medicine and about healing, both psychological healing, physical healing, spiritual healing. It's very vast. Just in Southern Africa alone, before we even go to the Congo, Central Africa, East Africa, Northern, in the North, Southern African healing knowledge is very vast. But it seems like when you look online or where you go to certain spaces, even when you go in the mainstream media, you find some people speaking about indigenous knowledge, indigenous healing, but not all of them are as articulate as they should be. Some of them are not articulate because they're not communicators. They are actually just healers. They are given by their ancestors the gift of healing, but they may not be able to articulate what, like Zola can articulate what. There's a connection between the cosmos and yourself, and also there's a connection between yourself and the ground that you walk on. There's a connection with your ancestors and all that. So what we try to do is archive the information in such a way and break it down into fragments and segments that will be understandable by a child, a boy or a girl who studies technology, who's a modern day youth. So what we're doing is we're doing it for the youth, we're doing it for the upcoming generations, so that they can access it in such a way that is very accessible to them. Yeah, not water it down at the same time, but make sure that it is accessible and it's user-friendly at the home. Talk about various basic healing things. Like in winter, we talk about winter healing. In spring, we talk about what is, according to this season, what do you need for your body, for your mind, for your spirit. In summer, what is it that you need for you? It's very basic. We break down the healing process in very simple terms. So that's what we do.
Which is excellent, because as my colleague was saying earlier on, because of our experiences in terms of the transatlantic enslavement, many of us have been located in different places, and now we want to reconnect with each other. It would be useful to know, our lineage, but sadly we don't have that information. But as others on the platform have already said, really it's about going within self, because we come back to the oneness in terms of creation, in terms of nature, and the Godhead within each one of us. So it's about going within in order to find self. Which is good, and it's good that you, through your work, are laying the foundation for the youngsters who will come after, so they'll have easy access, I would imagine, to the information which we have had to go on a quest for over time. Anyway, give thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sister. Lola?
Glad. Yeah, I'd be very glad to have the information of that organization that the brother is talking about. Because if I hear what he said Ikami. He said the organization also is naming Ikami, or the foundation or so. I don't really get it quite all right.
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat. Menzi, would you like to repeat the name of the organization?
Oh, the word is Ikambi. IKHAMBI. It's in the chat that I've put it there. Ikambi Natural Healing. I'm gonna try and drop the links on the chat too.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so that I will try to get information, because that word I hear Akami or something like that. It might be South African language, but I'm hearing Yoruba there. And accordingly, I grew up in Yoruba land, but I'm not from Yoruba. But the word sounds Yoruba pronunciation. You see, is to show the uniqueness. I mean, how we were mingled together in many things. And I also am a healer and a teacher, so which I'd be very glad to be part of that organization to develop and discover more. See, but, so I will stop there. Thank you very much. And your email as well, if possible. So if I can get it from Sister Patricia, I'd be very great.
Okay. Thank you. Has anybody else got any questions?
Yeah, Menzi, I said Menzi still there. Menzi is very good in connection to language and how they're related, especially what you're saying, sister, about the what he said about Ikambi being connected to Yoruba word. Yeah, so it'd be good to Menzi. It'd be good if you can just touch about what you do around language. If you have a little chance to just touch about the language and how that also in connection to cosmology as well, African cosmology. We're
Yes,
stretching you a
yes,
little bit here, Menzi.
yes. African cosmology. I think someone, the brother, I forgot his name. If you can give me his name, brother from the Congo. I
The
keep
Congo
referring to
Bongo
him.
man.
What's his name? Congo Bongo man.
Yeah.
All right. I had a brother. I had an elder by the name of Congo Bongo man here in the Nyapingi when I was in the Nyapingi order. I used to be in the roots.
My real name is Pichu, brother. My real name is Pichu. Pichu.
Pichu, blessed King.
Yes.
Pichu.
Pichchou, Pichu.
Oh,
Can the brother who actually presented say what Zola means? And I bet you means exactly the same in my language. Can you say what Zola means, please?
Let Zola speak himself if he's still here. But I will give it a different interpretation, probably. I'm not sure. Speak. He can speak.
So Zola means, so it, you just say Zola. It's like using it in like a verb or command. Like it's a meaning be humble,
Yeah.
or humble yourself. Be humble, humble yourself. Oh, Zolani would be let us collectively humble ourselves.
Yes.
Then there's also a female version which would be Zolega, but that's saying that
The condition.
it's like saying you must be able to be humble. It's like you must get into the action and the process of being humble. Zolega. It has different variations, but ultimately it's about being humble and carrying yourself with humility.
All right, thank you very much. So it's a Bantu language, Zola, and it means the same thing. Humility, Zola. All right, and we say it exactly the same, Zola. It can be as well. It can be, it's also a Bantu language. All right, so all those, they are, the same roots, same people, just moving about.
We have Zola on the platform.
I'm here. Of course. Hi, Mama, how are you doing?
I'm good.
I'm good, thanks.
Can I just add something? When you were speaking about, someone was asking me about linguistics, right?
Yes.
And how it links to cosmology.
Yeah.
I will start in the end, even though I studied linguistics like from 2004, well, maybe just before 2004, before I got to university, and I did it as a degree in university. I did a course which was a general language course. I was studying Zulu translation, and there was a subject called the semiotics of African cosmology. Now, that subject was quite interesting because it taught, am I audible? It taught.
You could be, it's better, yes.
Yeah, it taught basically not just the language of people, but it was also speaking about the language of trees. And at that time, I was it's very long ago, even before we thought of forming something called Ikambi. One of the teachers that used to teach us, take us on the course of semiotics of African cosmology, is, if people understand what semiotics is, it's basically about signs, right? Signs, symbols, coding, what codes basically mean. But this was specifically speaking about the codes that are used by African people in every different form, whether it is in war or in sociology, forming the social systems and all that. but also in our body art and things like that. But it was also speaking about the subject also dealt with the language of trees, right? The fact that how are trees named? It trace how Zulu people in our recent past would come actually to name a particular tree. Why is umpafa umpafa? Why is umsimbiti umsimbiti? Why is there's the tree Zola? You'll remind me the one that kings use when people pass away. It is planted when
Umphafa.
yeah, Umlahlankosi. Why? So the subject will trace how in the Nguni languages a particular tree would be named in a certain way, and what are the healing properties that you can actually know by looking at it, and also by how it is named, right? So that is part of African cosmology, something that is very difficult to explain in just maybe just one conversation, because it's like a really deep subject matter. It takes us through our history, how we came to be called Zulu, how we came to be called Xhosa, Bapedi, and all these subdivisions and all these different clans, right? But most importantly, also, because I won't just talk about it, because language is a very complex thing. I like to talk about language from the perspective of migrations, right? So as we migrated from one great clan, say in Central Africa or say in the Congo Basin, the Zimbabwean author by the name of Chigwedere, Aeneas something Chigwedere, he speaks about how he basically says we come from one family, two men and a woman, right? And this man and a woman had different sons, and all these different sons had different wives, right? And all these different wives, partners, basically would form their own village, and then we subdivided and we fragmented into a great family that spread out throughout the continent and throughout the world, right? But as we are fragmenting, our languages change. But bring it back now to the modern time. That is still happening today, right? Uh, I'd like to close this particular subject of language like this. I was reading on the plane as I was coming from KwaZulu up here to the northern part in Gauteng, where I'm staying. I was reading the story of Matai. What's her name? Wangari Matai. The book is called Unbowed, right? In her introduction, in the introduction pages, she speaks about how she is Gikuyu, right? She's from the Gikuyu clan or nation, right? The largest people in Kenya, the largest. I think they are the largest language group. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Gikuyu people, right? So she speaks about the whole cosmology of the Gikuyu people, how they buried each other, what kind of food they ate, Mount Kenya, and what Mount Kenya is originally called, and everything. Before the white people called it Mount Kenya, it's not actually called Mount Kenya. It has another name. But she speaks about how the Kikuyu people mixed with the Maasai people. Again, this issue of DNA, and how the Maasai people mixed with the people from the Niger, right? And how the people from Niger came from the people in southern Ethiopia, Aswan, people from Aswan, Lower Egypt, right? So she's actually in this book showing us, talking about the very subject matter on how her younger son also is called by a Kikuyu name. And in the Kikuyu tradition, you give your son a name that belonged to their grandfather. But now the grandfather was Maasai, he was not Kikuyu. It's supposed to be a different clan. They're supposed to have a different culture and a different language and everything. They actually used to raid each other. They were enemies at a particular point. But they began at a certain time during the advent of colonialism to intermarry and to basically there was an exchange of culture, right? So I'm explaining this because we are speaking about language, we are speaking about DNA, we are talking about what it means to be a Zulu, what it means to be a Mukongo, what it means to be a Mushona or Mukaranga. At the end of the day, this lady is telling us a story about how one family, just her family alone, of course, she's just a microcosm of a larger group of people who are also intermarried, right? But because of colonialism, the Africans have always had war. We've always battled with each other back and forth, but we've never had genocide. We've never had genocides of the scale that we have nowadays with Rwanda and all the other genocides that have happened, right? The question that I'd like to throw to the group, to everyone else, is why do we think that we have never had genocide? What was the thing that kept us from, even though we fight over land, we'll fight over cattle, we'll fight over certain things, resources, we've never had genocide. How come we've never had genocide? There is something in our cultures that has kept us from, even if we fight with people, there are certain rituals, peacemaking rituals, certain truce rituals that are done that we don't see nowadays. We never ran to the TRC. What's it called? TRC, the International ICC, International Criminal Court. We never had something like that, but we had certain ways, certain rituals, certain medicines, certain trees that we would use. We would gather around and we'd use them, we would drink them, we would smear them on ourselves during the time after war to make peace with people that are supposed to be our enemies. So I'm just saying that we are basically one family that somehow, some way found ourselves divided into different fragments. But it does not mean that there's none of them is inferior. Whether one is greater in number or one is lesser in number. For example, lastly, the Swazi people are kind of like 2 million in number or something like that. And the Zulus are, I think, more than 10 million or something like that. I don't know the right statistics, but it does not mean that, unless you're thinking colonially, it does not mean that the Zulus are greater than the Swazi. There are people who are actually about 500,000 in number, and it's a whole nation. They don't call themselves a tribe or a clan, they call themselves a nation, but there's only about 500,000 of them, right? Or 200,000 of them. So what is it that has made us deem some superior and some inferior? That's maybe, I think, the healing can start from there. That's it. About 11 now.
Jean, you're muted.
No, sorry, Auntie Jean's just doing something at the moment, Sister Patricia. Is there sorry, and I missed that because I was on the phone as well.
Sister Kashani's got her hand up.
Okay, brilliant. Sister Kashani, do you want to go forward? Sister Kashani, you are.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh yes, hi, give thanks. I missed some of the early parts, but I'm just, if you don't mind, I just step back to the word Zola, and it reminded me of something that actually Dr. Wade Nobles produced, a workbook during this coronavirus that is called While Sheltering in Place. It was a guide and workbook, and it was for the African family globally. And it was sort of during what he's called during the time of dread, the coronavirus global pandemic. And he's coming from the word Zola, meaning love, from Bantu Congo. so on. So he's sort of saying that our African ancestors knew and understood that Zola, love, is an energy power that can and does activate our self-healing power potential, which is called Ngolo. So he created this book, which I think came out last year. It's like a workbook, and it sort of looks at the negative aspects impacts of COVID, and just a workbook for the family to articulate their experience. And he's called it Zola Upon Us. So the word is really circulating globally as a healing phrase. So I just thought I would mention that as a book. It's quite hard to put into the chat, but I can email it to Auntie Jean, and perhaps people can get it that way. And that was it. Thank you.
Give thanks, sister. Yes, Zola could also mean love. Yeah, in Lingala, Bolingo, it's also love, and Zola and love and humility. You see how, you know, humility, you know, love. Yeah, love, humility. All right. So without humility, there is no love, literally, and without love, there is no humility. And it's very interesting to understand that, you know. And so, you know, we use Bolingo, which is like, you know, let's say the most modern, you know, saying, you know, of love, you know. But Zola is the proper, you know, old, you know, the root, you know, word. But I emphasize on humility and love, humility. There is no one without the other, literally. And I give thanks for sharing that, sister. Bless.
I share.
Share.
Thank you. Galactic, is there anything is there any more questions?
Just amazing for me. That's all I can say.
Sorry?
The Zola thing is just amazing.
I can't hear you.
It's amazing. The name Zola is amazing.
Oh, it is, isn't it? It is. Galactic, is there anything you like to say?
Yeah,
Thanks.
I'd like to say thank you. Thanks to Menzi and Zola. Menzi was the one who hooked us up with Zola, because I get to know Menzi first. I'm part of I'm on Menzi's group. And Menzi does a lot of video Menzi, to an interview that you like to share. I remember watching one with you sharing with 3 sisters that you had on your video link, and they were talking about the African the herbology and the connection that I think one of the sisters says when they went to Asia to study, they was like, well, what are you doing here? You have all the knowledge, you have the, you know, your system that you study because you're born into it is very similar to what people may call the Vedic system, which they call the Ayurveda, and the African healing system. It's there's a similarities, or we could see the connection, because many people don't realize that even a lot of our healers may not they're healing because in the Western world are used to books. Mostly in Africa, it's stories, and that's why Zola talks a lot about stories. Menzi talks about the importance of stories, and that was the in thing in Africa, and still the in thing. And so I can't wait to come around the campfire to come to South Africa. I did say my next trip to Zimbabwe would be to South Africa and Zimbabwe, and we're already gearing up. I don't know what the date's gonna be because of COVID. I don't know when it's gonna be yet, but I can't wait. I'm looking forward to meet with this brother personally, the 2 brothers, and our sisters over there, and to interlink with the culture and the healing systems and learn whatever I can,
Yeah,
and
no.
with the group as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. I second that, and yeah, we're going to be there as well, won't we, Sister Patricia?
Love to, love it. Would love to be there.
We'll be there. So yeah, I second that, Galactic. Is there any more questions?
Okay, we got to break it down in that case. All right, reverse the map, the Eurocentric map that we've been given. Reverse it. What you see on top, all right, and let's say you see South Africa on top, all right, which is supposed to be North Africa, if I may say. But what is it you see beyond that? All right, beyond that you see water. That's the only thing you see, water. And then going down, and just use the imagination, all right? The roots of all things, all right? For you to understand the roots of all things, you need to reverse the map, all right? And see South Africa as North Africa, and see water, and then just use your imagination for you to understand the roots of things. Say no more, give thanks.
Thank you for tuning. Thank you so much. Well, if that's Menzi, is there anything that you want to say? Your any last words or closing words? Menzi? Well, everybody's ducking out tonight, ain't they? Oh, don't.
Yeah, Menzi is just putting something in the chat, a video, I think, a video.
No closing words. We've said enough. All of us have said enough. I am grateful for this gathering. We give thanks for the word, the sound, and the power within them.
Okay. Sorry, you did say that you've got, is it you that's personally got triplets? Sorry, I know it's really off subject. You got triplets?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Was it,
Boys.
is it, oh, 3 boys.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Oh my God, how old are they?
It is just divine. It's divine. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
They are 5. They're turning 5.
Oh, wow. Oh,
I will accept books from everyone for children. I accept gifts on the 13th of June. From Galactic Clyde, he knows which book to give me. So you can send them.
I already put a book in. I already put a book in your WhatsApp, and you'll be surprised when you see it. So
Blessed love.
Say no more. Yeah.
Blessed love. Hep everyone. Thank you so much for everything.
No, thank you.
Meet again, and we will meet in December.
Definitely, definitely, yeah.
Make it happen.
Oh yeah, we will definitely. We will, won't we, Galactic and Sister Patricia?
Yeah, be wonderful. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Arthur, did you want to say something?
Well, I just wanted to just say, wow, what an evening. You know, I mean, I'm quiet because it's been an amazing evening. These 2 guys are just amazing. I just thank you guys for being able to track these people down and bring them to our attention. I mean, that again itself is just an amazing feat as well. So it just goes to show what can be done when the collective is kind of like thinking about the same thing on what we all need.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, it's just amazing. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Arthur. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Right. Galactic, is there anything you want to say, Sister Patricia?
Yeah, I don't know if Auntie Jean is ready to introduce the next speaker, or should I do it? I'm not sure what's happening.
It's like, yeah.
Okay,
well,
should I introduce our next speaker?
If you could, I would appreciate that, Galactic, yeah?
Okay. Our next speaker is Tete Rasta. As I said earlier, I came across this sister from a video link that was sent to me by a brother called Tete Guru. And I said, I need to find this sister. We need to get her on Zoom. And she came on the Garvey village, but we didn't have enough time to really get a question and answer in. So we're hoping tonight that we'll have all the time we need to have a great time with Tete Rasta explaining connection with Nehanda and what she's going to be speaking to us about. This is another sister, Sasha, coming from Zimbabwe. Tete Rasta, come forth.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that, Clyde. Tete Rasta is going to be talking about the significance of raising of the monument on Zimbabwe spirit medium leader, Mbuya Nehanda. I know you're going to correct me if I said that wrong. So Tete Rasta, the screen is now yours. Introduce yourself, let people know who you are, and welcome. Tete Rasta?
Come under Grace, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Grace?
Hello,
Yes.
How are you, everyone? Thank you so much. My name is Tete Rasta, aka Grace Mupurutsa. I'm in the United Kingdom, originally from Zimbabwe. Now, I'm a champion of African culture and tradition, looking at Zimbabwe in particular, but Africa in general. As the previous speakers have already explained, we are one people. So I think there's a lot of similarities. And I love this platform and my introduction to my brother, my sister, when we first met, because there were certain conversations we were having as though we had known each other before. But, you know, we had just met. There's a lot of conversations that have also happened in this particular programming, which would suggest that perhaps we had exchanged notes, but we had not. Sister Jean, I've sent you the things that I wanted to share to your email.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're able to share the video.
Yes, I've got them. I don't know. Did you want to share screen? Because I've given you share screen rights if you can. If not, then I will.
Would you mind sharing the first video? This is going to show you the three-dimensional view of the Mbuya Nehanda monument that was erected in and unveiled in Zimbabwe. So just have a look at that. And then we'll go into the conversation.
Did you know that 1 tablespoon of this ingredient can...
Okay,
I want to see that.
Lovely. Thank you so much for that. Now, I wanted you to get a visual appreciation of a work of art that has been invested in the country of Zimbabwe to honor one of the most feisty commanders in terms of spirituality, in terms of someone who embodied the spirit of resistance that motivated people from my country of birth to stand up against colonial rule, not only in the Chimurenga One in the 1900s, but also Chimurenga Two and the war that led to the liberation of Zimbabwe from Southern Rhodesia to become Zimbabwe in 1980. So the statue itself, or the monument, is a likeness of a person who was called Charwe. And I want you to grab that and grasp it, and then also understand something that I think is vitally important. As we have been talking about ancestors, we've been talking about spirituality. because the spirit of Mbuya Nehanda, it is a spirit medium. And when we look at it in our traditional spirituality, it is a spirit that will occupy the body of a living person and inspire and fulfill a purpose in a time. So there have been other individuals who have been blessed with the gift of Mbuya Nehanda. So that monument speaks to and shows the likeness of Charwe. She's the most popular one because she is the last known. And I think this is one of the things that as Africans or children of the sun, we need to appreciate that a lot of our history is based on oral tradition. So information is passed on from generation to generation. And just because things are not documented, it does not make them less important or valid. So Charwe lived from 1840 and she died in 1898. She was a Shikiro, which is a spirit medium of the Zulu people, the Shona people. She was a Mondoro, which is a very powerful, respected, ancient spirit. So this spirit has lived even before Charwe and been in existence in the bodies of others as early even as 1500s. So as Africans, we have to look at ourselves and say, why are people afraid of the magnification of the African spirit? Now, Mbuya Charwe, which is grandmother Charwe, she flatly rejected Christianity. And because of that, and because she's also emboldened other people to rise up in the spirit of liberation, she was executed. So on the statue that we're now going to show you, you will see how she actually looks. In that one was a creation of what she would look like, but this is now what the actual statue looks like today. So if you could go to the images that are in color, and then we'll use the ones that are in black and white as the last
okay.
we'll share.
I think you can speak a bit more, because I only saw the images that was actually in black and white. So let me just go through and see.
I think it's the second email.
Okay.
Okay. So
no, the second email was only, sorry, it was black and white.
Okay.
There's no color in the second email.
There's no images at all?
There's images, but they're all in black and white.
That's the one she wants.
Let's do the black and white.
I thought you wanted to color one first.
Okay, no, let's switch it around and I'll recheck my email.
Okay. All right.
So these black and white images take us to the time when Mbuya Nehanda herself had the images taken. Just go through them slowly. I want you to appreciate that when the colonials were about their duties in Africa, their duties to subjugate our ancestors, they totally humiliated them. So this is one image.
Hang on a minute, I'll see if I can get it up a bit better than that, because that's just from the email. Actually, I don't know if it's any better, but anyway, I'll see.
You can try the next one.
Okay. It's come up small though.
Can you not kind of click on it and then it enlarges?
Okay. Oh. That is
the
largest I can get it.
No, that's okay. From this one, I just wanted people to appreciate that the hangings that we saw in America when the whites were lynching our Black ancestors is the very same way that they conducted themselves in Africa when they were colonizing as well. This one is a picture that depicts the hanging of Mbuya Nehanda. You can go on to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry they're small.
That's the wrong one, Sasha.
Okay. Okay, this one you're going to appreciate the dress that she has in the current image that was sculpted. And so they would walk around with them and parade them as a way of intimidating them. And so it's a very sad chapter of our history. And so the monument and its unveiling this year on Africa Day has invoked a lot of feelings. If you go to the second email that says photos too, that's the one with the color images.
Okay, the first email was the sorry. The first email was the video clip, the link.
Or maybe go down, then it will be the third one on your list.
Okay. Just a sec. Right.
So the work that Mbuya Nehanda did in the first Chimurenga War was around spirituality. And when we talk about us as human beings, we are mind, body, and spirit. But our communities these days, they help us to, or they make us focus on the physique. So we look at what we eat, what we are wearing, very much the capitalist orientation where we want to wear designer clothing, we want to be driving the fastest cars, we go to the gym, but very little attention is being focused on writing our spirit. And so Mbuya Nehanda, being a Mondoro, meant that she had giftings that allowed her to see the past, the present, and the future. And she foresaw the white people that would be coming to our part of the world with their agenda. And so when people minimize or undermine African spirituality, I think that Christianity has done a very good job, or Christians have done a very good job of putting fear in our people because we are spiritually disconnected. And so when you look at Zimbabwe and its statistics to date, 86% of the population is actually Christian. 11% do not identify with any religious affiliation, and 2% are the people that identify with traditional beliefs, which is the African spirituality. Okay, and so 1% in Zimbabwe's population, which is about 14 million, associate with Islam. So when individuals like myself and those that really want the best for Zimbabwe and want the best for Africa speak about the importance of standing right in our trueness as Black people, we want for people to appreciate that we are spiritual beings. And so Mbuya Nehanda's statue did a lot of things in Zimbabwe. When we get to the photographs, the color photographs, I think it's going to help to illustrate something.
Yeah, sorry, it was, okay. It was in my junk mail, that one was. Sorry, I didn't look.
No problem. Okay, so this is the statue now, the final product. And she's majestic. She's standing over the busiest part of the central business district. And it's the very first time that there's been such a public honoring of a spirit medium in Zimbabwe. So you can go on to the next one. I'll speak as you are going along. This bit is not going to take long. And you can see that people are trending and taking photographs, and it looks good. It's contemporary, but it captures the essence of what she looked like at the time during the struggle. You can go to the next one. And so this was the day of the unveiling of the actual statue. And I personally felt that the investment was worth it. About 5 million US dollars was spent on the whole venture. And this includes the whole construction. It's quite a complicated architecture, but that has also brought about a point of anger and division in the Zimbabwean community, because a lot of you will know that Zimbabwe has been under sanctions for a good number of years. So people who were against the unveiling of the statue felt that that 5 million pounds could have been used on other things that were perceived as higher priority. So the person in the green there is the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa. I don't know if there's any more pictures. I think there should be one that shows the ankle chains. This one, I've put it on there because the leader of the opposition party in Zimbabwe, Nelson Chamisa, he's one of the young politicians, and he was the one who garnered second highest number of votes in the last election. His own view was that he will bring down idols. And so he was not very impressed, or he was not impressed at all with the statue. And so this is some of the prejudice that is very much kind of taking away from the attempt to restore national pride. He quoted a Bible scripture in there. My reading is not very good. Are you able to read that for me? Because I can't see it.
Okay. It says, but you shall destroy their altars, break their sacred pillars, and cut down their wooden images, for you shall worship no other God. For the Lord, whose name is for those name is jealous, the jealous God. Exodus 34, 13, 14.
Okay, and this one, I mean, everybody has freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of religious expressions, but I thought it was significant to put here because Christianity as a religion was actually used by the missionaries to break the ground before they came and stole our relatives during the transatlantic slave trade. They used the same shenanigans as well before they started colonizing all of Africa. When our people closed their eyes to pray, when they opened they had land. When they opened their eyes, they had no land, they had Bibles in their hands. So we've got a strong contingent of people that, whilst they feel happy to be able to express their spiritual orientation, they have felt it necessary to shut down those that follow Chivan, which is the African traditional religion. You can go on to the next one. Or it should be spirituality because it's not a religion. So this is, you know, from that 3D visual, you can see that the actual monument itself has come out as it was designed. I think it's absolutely marvelous. You can go on to the next one. And so people can walk up onto the steps. Yeah, I'd like you to stop there. They can walk up to the steps and sit down and, you know, chill out while they enjoy the panoramic views of Harare. Now, this part of the unveiling ceremony was the most significant for me. In there, you've got 3 chiefs, which are, you know, they are not kings and queens, because when the colonial system was put in place, Rhodes and his people killed Mbuya Nehanda and others, such as Mambo Chingaira, Mambo Chiwashira. They killed people who had royal title, and then they bestowed chiefs. And a lot of the chiefs that were bestowed were those that were loyal to the colonial agenda. And so when I met my brother Galactic, one of the, well, we met as in, you know, we were introduced. One of the things I've been going on about the last 4 and 5 years is the remains of our ancestors, including the remains of Mbuya Nehanda, which are in British museums. So these are the relatives, the biological relatives of Mbuya Charwe, whose monument was erected. So this was an African spiritual undertaking. They were on their knees. They took off their shoes. They put down their staffs or their sticks, their scepters, and they were praying. Now, a lot of uproar came about when people saw this and were saying they are worshiping idols. They just happened to be in the city center doing how we would do when we are praying according to our Chivanu or spirituality. That's how I pray in my house even, because I follow African traditional faith. And one of them took out a nekwe. I'll show you that when I come back on the video. And they put snuff, which is ute, on the ground. So that invokes the spirit of our ancestor. And there they were invoking the spirit of Nehanda to say, we are here. We have done this to honor you. We acknowledge that your head is still missing, and we shall put that right. So this one was a wonderful thing to see on national television, on social media for a lot of Zimbabweans. But it also put the nose out of joint for a lot of those who are the 86% Christian, because they cried foul. For the very first time, African spirituality was being expressed publicly. Now, what Cecil John Rose and his friends from the British South Africa Company, when they established the colony, they banned the expression of our African spirituality because they saw the power in it. They also interfered with the way that crops were grown, particularly things like millet, which was used to make and brew African traditional beer, which was also then used in ceremonies to honor our ancestors and do certain rituals that help us to align ourselves with our mind, body, and spirit. And so this uproar was as though there were colonials in Zimbabwe in 2021. And it has been a cause of confusion for a great number of people. But when you look at the percentage of people that are Christian, the percentage of people that are follow traditional beliefs, it's stacked at 86% to 2%. So you can go on to the next photograph. So this event and the monument has done a number of things. This is just the statue before it was unveiled. The material that she was covered in is black and white. Now, in our African traditional faith, different cloths are used to symbolize certain stations that you have. And so this would have been something that the relatives of Charwe would have put together because it symbolizes and signifies something culturally. So all of these symbols and all of this realignment and reclaiming of the African heritage absolutely infuriated our brothers and sisters. Is there another picture, or that's the end?
I think we're going on to the black and white ones.
No, that's absolutely fine. This one, I just put it as a contrast. This is in Jelele Matopos. I know my brother Galactic has been to this place. It is called, what Cecil John Rhodes called it, the most beautiful view in the world. This is where his grave is.
Wow.
Yeah, and it sits on top of a hill. And this is traditionally a place where our kings and queens and mondoros, these spirit mediums, would be interred. So it's a sacred place, and Cecil John Rhodes' bones and those of his allies are still in that sacred place. It is also said that the voice of God is Wiramwari was heard in this place before it was defiled. So I think that's all the pictures. I put that particular image, thank you so much.
Okay.
I put that particular image just to illustrate to you that Mbuya Nehanda's spirit is restless. The last thing that she said was, my bones will rise again. And so there've been many hospital wards and departments in university streets named after her. There've been poems and books written about her. And this is one of the mega signs of the restlessness in the spirit, that urgency that we as a generation of people need to continue with the struggle. So the significance really is we do not forget who we are. She was a matriarch. And yes, and the monument being put up and being so magnificent and being in a place which cannot be ignored also speaks to the time that we all know we are in. 400 years have passed. A lot of us are in contact with a lot of information that has been hidden away from us about our heritage. We can study about Kemet. We can study about the interrelationship between those from the south and those from the north and realize that we are one people. You were talking earlier on about Zola. We don't have the letter L in Shona. We have R. If you say Zora, when we get up in the morning, when we bath, you take your Vaseline or your cream and uno Zora. You smear and smudge yourself, and so you're taking care of yourself, loving yourself. If you have a baby, you're going to, massage them with baby oil or whatever it is of your choice. So it is that expression of love. And as people who are melanin filled, we are children of the sun. So love is inherent in us. And that's why you don't have to say to me, someone in America does not have a connection with me, because they've got curls in their hair and they're full of melanin. If I cook cow foot, they're going to lap it up because they were also deprived of the T-bone steak while the master ate it, and they said you can eat the foot and the tail and the entrails. The people from the Caribbean, you can identify with them, but what did we do? We spiced it up and we make delicacies. Play some jazz music, play some blues. Our brothers in South Africa will jive with rhythm. That will be the same as those that are in South America or those that are in Barbados, because we are children of the sun. The melanin makes us hear things differently, taste things differently. We see things different. We see color. Why is it, look at you, you look so, vibrant with the colors and you're dressed so well? When the Moors came to Europe, they saw people dressed in black and they had to teach them how to bath. So the whole thing that Mbuya Nehanda fought is very simple. We don't want anything from people with a superiority complex, because we have everything. Zimbabwe in particular is got lots of gold, lots of platinum, diamonds. It's got lithium. It's got a lot of resources that the West, the East, and anybody else with a chance is trying to get in there to access. Our brothers from DRC. DRC was the reason why the Europeans and their cousins decided, listen, let's have this Berlin conference in 1884. Let's take this continent and share it amongst ourselves, because the Africans don't deserve this. And that's exactly what they did. And then they created the artificial borders that continue to cause us confusion.
That's right.
So this is the witchcraft that we need to be recognizing today, which Mbuya Nehanda, Charwe spoke about. There's nothing new, but the games have evolved, because now in America, North America, they say there's no more slavery. But tell me, why is it today we are saying Black Lives Matter? Why is it today Sasha Johnson is under attack for her beliefs of just trying to occupy her space as a human being? Doesn't want to fight anyone, who just wants to live. Why is it those that are in the Caribbeans struggle to make the connections with where did my ancestors really, really come from? Why is it the Jews have had reparations and compensation and an apology for the genocide by Hitler, and we are still waiting?
Yeah.
So the spirit of Nehanda is invoked in the minds of people through the visual imagery of that monument. I think it's a good thing. So when we talk about invoking, our Christian brothers and sisters run scared. The colonials used to run scared too. For those of you who've followed history and followed Zimbabwe's history, this is one book. We'll get a link and put it here for you. It's called Guns and Rain, Guerrillas and Spirit Mediums in Zimbabwe. It's written by David Lamb. And in here, those that fought the Zimbabwe's, the liberation struggle, speak about how Midzimu or Mondoro, which is the spirit, such as what occupied Charwe, would come and protect them and guide them and give them instructions of where not to go at certain times because they would be ambushed, where to go if they needed tobacco, for example, where to go under certain trees after prayer to get food, because the war was very, very unbalanced. So this monument speaks to us that the struggle continues. It's not just Zimbabwe's struggle, but Zimbabwe is important because it's that small country that's landlocked next to South Africa, next to Mozambique, Zambia, Namibia, and Botswana. Thank you for that. And within Zimbabwe, you've got that great big waterfall, Mosiwa Tunye. It's one of the 7 wonders of the world. A lot of you will know it as the Victoria Falls. Now, that's in addition to all those minerals and others which I have not mentioned. Zimbabwe is also important because that's where we have the Rushingo, the great Zimbabwe ruins, the most vibrant trade center of its time that white historians have had headaches trying to dispel that Africans had the intellect and the know-it-all to build a mortarless civilization that has lived through time and survived through time, and it's our sacred heritage. So I did say to you, the spirit of Mbuya Nehanda occupied a number of young women. And one of the young women was one of the princesses of the very origin, the kings of the Mutapa Empire. So Black people, we are very sophisticated and we are very confusing to outsiders. And what outsiders have also done is realize that if we know ourselves, we are going to garner and use the power that we have within ourselves to correct the things that they have done to put us down. You only need to look at Haiti. How did Haiti manage to defeat the French? How? Because spirit was invoked and they also walked with their ancestors. How is it Africa started to liberate itself one by one, right up until Azania, South Africa was liberated, systematically in an organized fashion? So in a lot of ways, you know, we've managed to take off the political bondage. That statue of Mbuya Nehanda still has the chains because we still have the chains in our generation. We've managed to take the land in a way, as in to occupy it, but the economy still belongs to the former colonizers. Why is it that the former French colonies are still having to put 50% of their reserves in French banks? So we don't need anyone. They need us. They're piggybacking on our wealth, and we are still confused and drunk in the trauma that they induced through slavery, through colonialism, and then we suspect each other. We don't trust each other. Oh, you're from Jamaica. I'm from Zimbabwe. So we don't see our relatedness, our relationship. So we've got a paranoia with and towards one another. that is the seed of what was planted through the colonial times. One of my jobs for many years here in the United Kingdom, I worked in mental health, psychiatry, and forensic mental health. I found it such a traumatic experience towards the end because the abduction of the Black minds, our children's minds, is happening systematically through psychiatry. Mbuya Nehanda was a spirit medium. A lot of young people are gifted with spiritual gifts. Now, if they're talking to a psychiatrist, they're going to present a deluded, psychotic, paranoid, and or grandiose. Some of them are mentally unwell, get me right, but some of them are having visitations from the ancestors that are trying to connect with them. To you and I, they will appear psychotic or psychiatric in nature. And then they get medicated with antipsychotics, tranquilizers, and the whole lot of benzodiazepines, serotonin inhibiting medications that messes up their biochem. We're talking about how we need to be cleansed and how, you know, as above, so beneath. And so if we are introducing toxins, we are going to become very unwell. And so there you are, you've been working so hard, and then your firstborn is mentally ill. You feel like such a failure. But the lifestyle as well. Mbuya Nehanda's generation refused to eat things that were not organic, that they didn't know where it came from. A lot of us now, we are depending on things that are chemicals that are parading as food. So in Zimbabwe at the moment, this statue or this monument has done something to make us look at ourselves and see the image that is depicted in the pictures of the Black and white. We are simple people with simple lives, but lots of blessings from the Creator. And a lot of people want our blessings. So they're keeping us busy thinking it's good to go to America, it's good to go to Norway, it's good to go to Belgium. So the best of Mother Africa's children are going off and developing or getting caught up in the whole economic system and educational system with which then they can't come back to be effective. So that education that was being spoken about earlier by Brother Zola is so important, because if they know for themselves that if you mine gold and you have gold in your hands, it's worth more than a paper that's been painted and printed. Because that's why the Queen of England has got reserves of gold, not stashes of paper. If you've got mangoes from Jamaica that taste so sweet that you can pick them off the tree and eat them straight away, your health is much better than the one that is traveled in the boat while green and then it's ripened artificially. And chemicals sprayed on it, because that's how they're creating disease, so that their pharmaceuticals can be enriched by your ill health. So I think that the witchcraft that entangled Mbuya Nehanda and those of her time is still very much alive, but it's evolved. So it's staring us in the face, but we can't see it for those that are not conscious or those that are not aware. Even the music that our children are playing, the video games that are out there, the programmings that are coming from Disneyland, they are messing up their minds. So what heritage do we have if we cannot look after the saplings that are growing? So that's another warfare that is being undertaken now, which we as custodians need to speak of. So how we see ourselves is important. Our self-esteem is rooted in our culture and our tradition. That's why for me, I do Tete Rasta, I vlog on Facebook and I talk about these things. I pick up things that are topical and provoke and speak and share, raising our own confidence as people that actually, I want to wear my hair like this. I don't need to straighten my hair. I don't need to put someone else's hair on my head to look beautiful. Because that was the agenda of the colonials. Straighten your hair. it was not aesthetically beautiful to them. Now we've got the pandemic of bleaching. Okay, so why do they put sunscreen on their faces? But you are bleaching so that you can take away the layer of protection that you were born with. How many of you are seeing people injecting, I don't know what,
collagen?
Yes, to make them lips look fuller, going for plastic surgery, putting attachments to have a fuller bottom. And so those are the things where when we look at the monument, it should not just be an image of, oh, there's an old lady standing on top of a bridge. But symbolically, it is our bridge to ourselves. Everything that we are, that we ought to be, heaven is within you, within myself. I have to tap it into it. Christianity lies that, you know, heaven is upstairs. You have to die before you can enjoy the best of life. But that's not true. So I am very much in support of the monument and it being put up at this particular time. I think we've still got work to do. I'm just going to wrap it up now. We still got work to do because there's never been a funeral where you bury the rest of the body, but the head is not there. It's been over 40 years now. Ed Charwe's head is in British museums, as well as others belonging to royals, members of royal houses. That was the way they took trophies so that they would discourage others from being defiant and refusing to accept Christianity, which would be to forgive your enemies. So they'll be pacified and not resist. And a lot of the people that did sell out in the Chimurenga Wars were those people that were indoctrinated. So I think it's a visual resource that is important. It's not an idol. How many idols are there? The Statue of Liberty is a statue, but nobody lamented that it's an idol. You go there, you enjoy yourself. If it has additional meaning for you, yes, so what? So we are reminded that the wealthiest countries in the world are waiting on the poorest countries in the world to save them because they're actually getting everything that they need, even to make mobile phones from Africa. So we need to have a paradigm shift in how we perceive the world. And we need to connect back with our energy, the feminine energy that nurtures, that protects, that guides and instructs. And men have got that feminine energy too. Or they can nurture their daughters, their mothers, their grandmothers, and their sisters. And also not get in the way when they're trying to do something. And this is what Mbuya Nehanda did, and her peers respected. And there was a lot of gains that were achieved. Yes, we lost the Chimurenga one, but they knew that we were going to lose. So our generation has got to continue with the struggle, because Queen Elizabeth II was in power from 1952, but it's her ancestors that sanctioned the colonial, the slave trade. They sanctioned the colonial establishments, and they're still benefiting from them. So we've got debts to collect as people that are melanated. And perhaps if we're going to take anything from this conversation, is to take this question from me to you. Now that you know the restlessness of those that went before us, what are you prepared to do in order to remove the divisions that were created, such as the borders that were defined by the Berlin Conference, such as the naming of you are African, you are Caribbean, you are African American? Those were given to us, they were put on us, but we are one people. What are you prepared to do so that your spirit, you right your spirit and you connect with your brother and sister and get back on the agenda that was the same for those whose ancestors were stolen from Africa, as is the same for those whose ancestors were colonized on the continent, as is the same for us who are living in this generation 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tete Rasta. Thank you, thank you. And I agree, the positioning of the monument is in a perfect place, because is it right in the center of it is.
It is right in the center.
Yeah. And I love the way it's in the middle of the bridge and you can come up with 4 different sides to it.
Yes.
And the fact that they said that people can sit around at her feet. It's beautiful.
Yes.
You know, everything is significant.
Thank you very much, Ashe.
Ashe. As Bryant, I see you have your hand up. You have a question, Bryant?
Yeah, it's clear that the lady, the statue that represents the lady, her spirit it wants revenge and things put correct, isn't it? Definitely. Yes. And to do this kind of wickedness, it has to come back on you.
Absolutely.
That's all I've got to say, really, Grace.
Absolutely, I'm totally agreed. And this is the bit where sometimes I fall out with my country folk, because I speak of, we can't sleep with the breast in our mouth, because when we are children, your mother gives you the breast so you can suckle and nourish yourself. And here we're just sitting there, but everything is lining up and provoking us to say, children, you need to avenge my spirit. And I'm in the United Kingdom. I've been talking to the people from the museums, and they don't want to give us back what belongs to us. But they'll say, Zimbabwe are under sanctions because of human rights violation. What is a greater human rights violation than to behead someone, take their head, put it in a museum? It's not on display, but they put them in the basement. But they didn't volunteer to give everything back at independence. So you can see the duplicity of this establishment. So it needs to be called out.
Yes, they can't admit, sorry to cut you, Jean, they can't admit to the wrongs. They just cannot do it. But at the back of their minds, deep down, it has to come back on them. It must, I believe the average white person, deep, deep, deep down knows it will come back on them.
Oh, they know, but you see, when you go into the oral history, they also carved away private parts, because, you know, the Illuminati and their order of the, I can't remember what it's called, they're into those sort of rituals where they sap power and energy from people that are gifted and or ornaments that are gifted. And so they know what time it is. But I also think that, you know, as a collective, when you look at the time when Marcus Garvey was alive and the things that he did, we are still owing him and the people that worked with him for the things that he was struggling for. Same with Bob Marley, he sang about it. Those are the ways of the spirit, because the spirit, African spirit doesn't die. They occupy a new person to repeat the message. So what's wrong with us? Let us now say, I think it's time. People are getting shot. Sasha has been shot. We've got George Floyd was killed in front of all of us. Facebook will let us see the video of George Floyd and get traumatized while someone is suffocated. But they'll restrict the posts if they think that is against our community guidelines. So they want to trigger us. In psychiatry, we call it gaslighting. They trigger us and they traumatize us, and then we become unwell. Our children become unwell. At work, we're struggling with glass ceilings. In business contracts, we're not getting the tenders. And we're saying, but what's going on? But they keep us in that perpetual state of economic subjugation. But they're saying we're all equal. It's a fair society, but it's not.
Well, they lie to themselves. They believe their own lies.
Yes. And so we mustn't believe the lie that we are not one people. Because when we start connecting and recognizing that actually our narrative is exactly the same, this thing has been played out on different platforms and different continents, but the outcome has been the same. The injury to us all has been the same. So the struggle must continue. How am I going to connect with you? How am I going to connect with Auntie Jean? How am I going to connect with the people in South Africa so that we do what we need to do as a people? And the people of old did to get the results that they got. Because who thought we would ever get out of slavery? Who thought we'd ever get out of colonialism? We did. So this is the next phase.
So one battle, yeah, to win the war. One battle, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Pleasure talking to you. Pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much. A pleasure talking to you too.
Thank you. We have our sister Josephine. You have a question.
Yes, thank you. When I look at the sculpture, I suspect it was a African sculptor. When we look at the sculpture that is in African liberation sculpture that is in Dakar in Senegal, that one was apparently sculpted by Koreans. It was not an African that did that. But this one that you show us of Nehanda, it looks far more African. But do you know anything about the sculptor that you can tell us? Is it an African? Because it is, useful to know these informations.
Yes, I can do. With the sculpture of Mbuya Nehanda, there was some controversy. There was the first one which was done. This one was done on stone sculpture, which I know of, but people thought it had not been it did not represent the true likeness of her, so this was scrapped. This one, I think it's metal based. I know that the whole project was undertaken locally, but I can't tell you who is the person who did the sculpture. If anybody knows, please, can you help me? That's the one thing that I have not been able to establish. It's been on the back of my mind to say who is the one who did the actual sculpture. My personal view is that that is a true likeness, or it's closer likeness to Mbuya Charwe and or some of her descendants, because the first one was too modern. She looked too bay, and she was aesthetically too what do you call them, slay. She was like a slay queen. So that one was disregarded, but this one has got a sense of authenticity that we can identify with. The dress is certainly what we can identify with as well, in terms of what we wore pre-colonially. And I think the size of it and the grandeur of it is befitting for a character with such ambience and such relevance to our history. So if I find out, I'll bring it back to you, but I'm sorry I can't answer that now.
Okay, it's lovely. I think the sculpture itself is lovely. I'm sure you will find it's an African that has done that.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen what they've been doing with the likeness of the pharaohs and the queens from Egypt. They are stealing them, making them look transgender and look more white, and we're like, no, this is a hijack of our heritage. And so this is why I'm especially impressed with the Zimbabwean government, because they've gone all out. But not only that, they were in consultation with the family of the young lady Charwe, who is the person portrayed in that image. There were others who had the spirit of Nehanda, and the African spirit, once it's the body has expired from one person, the medium is out there on the next person. And so this is what made the Chimurenga war so difficult for white people, because they cannot pin us down, because we keep coming back.
And so many Africans, when they get the opportunity and they go to New York, they will go to the Statue of Liberty, take photographs, enjoy it. When their own is presented right in front of them, they find themselves in mental conflict and cannot accept self and glory in it, which is what they should be doing. Even if there is, as you said, some 86 or 89% is Christian, that does not stop them honoring their own people.
Absolutely. I wish you could just go and shake them and say, wake up, wake up. But you see, there's a lot of peer pressure as well, because Christianity comes with a sense of inducing fear, where people are afraid. What will people say if they know that I'm practicing African spirituality? And so they are afraid of themselves. And I just made a few notes that I wanted to just go through very quickly. I think it might help one or two people. So in terms of African spirituality, which is why I hold on to it so strong, and I praise the likes of Mbuya Nehanda. God is in us. Spirituality knows that the elders of mankind are Black Africans. Even if you've got 1% Black in you, you are an elder of mankind. Even if you look at the lifestyles that we pursue, we are at peaceful people. That's why we let them come in and find residence, you know, from their caves in the warmth. And then they decided with their sense of entitlement, we want to take this and keep it to ourselves, you know. We experience glory and heaven right here on earth. That's why our food, our trees, our flora, our fauna, the animals that roam in the wilderness, it's spectacular. It's different from any other continents. Spirituality is one, so we have to be one and speak in one accord. We have to find each other. We need to be educating people gently. Those that will listen, that 86% will diminish, because a lot of them as well are now questioning, how is it the museums are full of remains of our people, but we've never seen anything from Christianity. We reason about everything, we question everything to discover and to understand. We get inner peace and happiness. We are satisfied with the little things. We learn from our mistakes. We don't have the sense of the devil and heaven, because devil is just something to make us afraid. There's nothing to fear. We speak with our ancestors. We ask them for guidance. We ask them to clear the path for us. We ask for opportunities. When we get things wrong, we are not frightened to say you're going to hell, because there's no hell. It's a creation from the alternative religion. Spirituality unites us. That is why it's a go-to place. We are transformed and we are active. We are proactive in determining our future. And as you can see, we've got a lot of tools to work with. Nobody's ever told you that the Victoria Falls is 3 times the size of the Niagara Falls. But they want to demonize Zimbabwe, make it look like it's a really, really terrible place. Don't go for tourism there, come to Canada instead. So there's that sense of covert political, economic disadvantaging of other economies. We are led to wisdom through knowledge, and all the people are equal. So even when we have Matare, which is the conference, you find the mud huts in Africa around, because everybody sits in a circle. Even the smallest child who's 5 years old, their opinion will be heard by the elders. Even the oldest people, they will have an opinion to share. So this sense that what we are gaining from certain places that have taken ownership of media, taken ownership of libraries, and taken ownership of printing presses, so we can't put our information out and document our information. It needs to be challenged, and perhaps we need to start documenting our own so that our children will get the right education between the age of 0 and 7. Then when they go into the system, they're not going to be lost.
Mm. Thank you. Congo Bongo Man, you have a question?
Sister. Yes. Very powerful presentation, sister. Congratulations for that. Thank you very much. One thing I wanted to do to say regarding you said something very, very important. The flesh without spirit is restless. I would like you to emphasize on that so that we can answer, what Brother Bryant, is saying regarding, paying back and things like that. And also regarding the resources, because a lot of the things, what the Eurocentric mind, we're trying to fool us is that, as if our ancestors did not know how to use our natural resources, or we didn't know, what to do with it, as if, we didn't need any buildings or anything like that. We use our natural resources for very, very specific purposes. I would like you just to expand on, especially this one, the flesh without spirit, it's restless. And also that, we don't need, they don't know much, although they think they know much, but, there's so much that they don't know. And they think they can use our monuments or our spiritual places, or even our, our holy places, you know, and thinking they will get holy or things like that. Can you just expand on that, please? Thank you very much.
Yes, certainly I can do. Now, in terms of our spirit, I think this is where, if people that are melanated want to win, that is the place where we have the unfair advantage. And that is the reason why there is so much confusion, because things of the spirit are inexplicable. Before Facebook, before FaceTime, before Zoom, our ancestors could go to water and just, you know, run their hand on the surface of the water, call out the name of their child, and there would be a communication between them. Even in dreams, our dream life is very, very vibrant. Even if you look at, talk about our instrument or instruments of spirit, a lot of people have been given instruments such as, say, sticks from your grandparents. A lot of people, they'll say, I don't want this stick, and they'll go and throw it away, not knowing the gift that comes with it. Because these people have planted in a lot of people's minds that this is evil. Now, if you know that your mind, your body, your spirit, you don't need to reject the element of spirit when it visits you. My own situation, I came to the United Kingdom in 1991 and started doing my academia. I knew there was always something peculiar about me. It didn't bother me, but I just knew that there was something peculiar about me. Then when the spirit became restless, I became very unwell, extremely unwell. And then I had a time of no action, no economic improvement. I didn't have a decline. I was protected. I was in my house, but my awakening began. And then I started to search for the sense of who I am as an African. And so when spirit starts manifesting in you or your children or relatives next of kin, it might not look glamorous. It might come first as something that will disable your progress, but the ancestors will be trying to get your undivided attention. Then when I started to take the steps for cleansing and accepting the gift that is on me and doing some of the things that I really wish I had known when I was younger, it activated me to my true self. You're saying, oh, this is a very powerful talk, but you can do anything and everything when you are powered by the gifts of your ancestors, when you know who you are, when you don't doubt that. Because our ancestors are like a sweet potato. I do this experiment with my son. This is a sweet potato from Uganda. I bought it in one of the local shops. And so I was teaching my son that even when I pass away, because we're in the COVID time, I will always be there like this sweet potato. You are going to grow and develop your own roots, okay? And if you're planted, whether in the UK or you're planted in Zimbabwe, you're going to thrive and produce other things. So our people were stolen, our ancestors, they were planted in the Caribbean, they were planted in North America, South America, displaced even in Australia and other places, those that were taken in voluntarily because we know our ancestors had been there before, but they've grown. And they've grown to the extent that some of your roots have now reached out through cyberspace and touched mine, and mine have touched yours, and we are reconnecting. So this is a time of terror and fear for white people. They have no clue what is going on. Our other brother was saying about when he was in Nyabingi, when I was in mental health, there was a group of elders from Jamaica that just used to play drums every Wednesday with the young Black kids that were having mental health problems. They would play drums and they would invite the kids to play. And these are shakes, the traditional shakes from Zimbabwe, and people would be playing the shakes. And that's all they did. They encouraged them to wear African attire. They started to identify with their Blackness. And a lot of them started to get clarity of mind. Now, when some of them had their parents take them to just step their foot on African soil, some of them made 100% recovery. Now, you tell me, how does that work? Mother Africa wants you back so you can suckle, you can see your people, you can eat the right food, drink the water, pour libation, and say, we are here. we are back, and for Africa to accept our lost family. And that's why, you know, this is not a coincidence. Not a coincidence, because it is time. And so once we started the connection, we need to broaden it out.
A shame. A shame. Oh, sister, unmute. Zola, Lola. You like to unmute? We can't hear you. You have to unmute.
I've asked her to unmute.
Okay, thank you. Yes, yes. Ah.
Our sister from Zimbabwe, we call you my sister. I'm not going to use Zimbabwe or whatever because we are from one family. I want to show this picture. This woman, they call her name Moremi. And I found out recently that the picture of this woman was what the French people take to copy the Liberty statue for the Americans.
Hey.
It's just only the, let me find a way to show you properly in the camera. They changed her way of dressing. And this is a woman, according to, if you go on Google, just put Moremi Ajasoro. I will try to put the name on this thing for Sister Patricia. Moremi Ajasoro. She even, in a whereby that she sacrificed her son, her only son that she got, for the community in Ile-Ife. In fact, it's not Ile-Ife, it's Ile-Ife. You see, there's a lot of mispronunciation and transformation by the colony and so on. And I quickly want to share something also, you know, because all what that sister said, even though I wasn't on the Zoom watching, but I was listening because I was helping my son for something. Dr. His Excellency, Dr. Arikana from America released this video this morning because I received it this morning. The title was Response to the German, excuse me, let me stop the volume. Response to the German 1.3 billion to Namibia, and President Macron from French announcing that the French colonized country will no more longer deposited money into their central bank or something like that. There's a lot of things that is changing. If one could, let me see, to load the volume, and this thing was released this morning, which will just be now like more or less 24 hours, which she released. By the time I received it, it was like about 10 hours ago after she released it. She do it directly from her phone from America, whereby the German are recognizing their genocide and all these things against the Namibia. And she was telling them that that one, thank you, but it's not enough. Yeah. And asking the other colony to follow the German footsteps. And about the statue of Moremi, she's a woman that fight for the part of Ile-Ife at that time, which now in a whereby to get that peace and settlement, she has to go and talk to Oshun, which in a whereby she said, yeah, okay, I will help you, but you have to do something. And Oshun asked her of her only son. And at the point, even all according to the story, because not all, well, we could not remember all what was taught us by then. And I went back to the Google to really see more about it. You see, and statue of our people is more in Nigeria. I'm not saying Nigeria is better off, but people have been realizing many things. For example, I was talking to one sister from Congo one time while I was in Brussels. I mentioned something which we call the, you know, when you make something like a mud with the sound, but it's not liquid and it's not thick. So we call it poto. And when I mentioned that, she said, "Are you speaking Lingala?" I said, "No."
Same in Lingala,
I said, exactly. I said that is Yoruba word of something, you know. I believe that my brother speak French. So she now, and I explained to her, there is something, you know, that is like when you are doing porridge. It's more liquid than porridge because there is different type of porridge of yam, porridge of, you know, rice and so on. So she now told me, "Oh, we also call it poto, anything like that." Yes. I said, wow. So this is where I'm started getting to know that our language even have been mixed together. And you see, this book, the day I got it, my world turned upside down, because these are many things that they've taught us in whereby there's a lot of information. And I quickly want to show something to my sister that we're talking about Christianity. You see, the day I got the information, yes, Christianity, they've manipulated us and so on, but the Bible, the book, is our history, is our story. The colony take it and go and transform it. There's a lot of things which, if we look at everything in that book, there are stories that they just go and transform, bringing it back to us as a religious. And I'm quickly looking for something in this book, which I want to, that will really confirm what I'm saying. For example, if we remember Joseph's story, all his brothers hated him. And when they were to go to Egypt, he told them that they meant they meant to kill him, but they couldn't. So they have to sell him as a slave to the Midianites, and the Midianites sold him to the Ishmael. And according to the book, Ishmael was the firstborn of Abraham, who was the senior brother to Isaac. And many of these things, as they form it, is kind of a manipulation, transformation of what is our own history. And in the same book, I want to show this. If we look at around the globe, there were 14 Christian emblem, even the Buddhist and everything. And we know, as if you look at it down, they put Yoruba. And the Yoruba, according to the translation, is Niger Congo language that have been mixed together. Even Yoruba today that they speak in Nigeria are different. Each, how can I say it? Like each tribe of them, or each
nation.
Yeah, let me say or so. They speak different Yoruba. Okay, and okay, and according to the 14, this thing that circle the globe, and under it they put Yoruba. And when I went to, there was another book which they call Sefer. It's more complete to the present Bible that people are using. In that book, there's a lot of things that have been withdrawn from the normal Bible, which is really talking about our history. So they remove all the information so that we will not get connected through those words in the book of Sefer. And where my discovery and awakening started was one day I was reading and the Holy Spirit awakened my mind to get to understand 2 Kings chapter 17 from verse 24. When I was reading, it was said that the king of Assyria, taking away all the people from the land, taking them away to like Babylon, wherever, and bring other people to the land, remove everybody. And as I have known from the Holy Spirit, we are choosing people, we African people. We are not even, our name is not African. Sister Sundry get where she was doing some research, a name which was more different 100% than African name. So then the excuse me, I'm a bit lost there. By the time that the many of these things was being taken away, they changed them. They changed them. And here, when I get this book that I saw this, I don't know what to say. I said, this is unbelievable. Because when we look at the story of Jacob, which name is not even Jacob, it's Yaakov, because Jacob means supplanter, but Yaakov means multiplier. And we are multiplier family, people. And there, when I count according to the story that was put in the Bible, Jacob has 12 children. And he took the 2 children of Joseph. He take them, not adopting them, according to what the Bible said. And in the book of Sefer, in the book of Jubilee, was confirmed that one of Joseph's children was a girl. But the Bible was saying there are 2 boys. So the elderly one was a girl. The younger one was a boy. So as Jacob taking 2 children of Joseph, adding to his own, and according to the Bible, they are 14. Because in the Bible, the word of the Most High said, Ephraim, my firstborn. So in a way, all these things, when the book of Sefer was not here with me, with Sister Sandrine, which I tried to share something from her. Christianity was brought back to create confusion, to make us to know that we are somebody. I'm sorry, because what the Spirit was telling me, what we should not repeat things in a negative way, because there is power in our word. Our mouth is anointed. It's only, you see, many of the so-called pastors and so on, they preach or teach what suits them, that will make them to manipulate people in a way that they can get money. And there is a lot of words which have been coded or been there or in the Sefer that really related to us. But if we don't have access to those words, how can we know what the Bible was really talking about? And they use a lot of code to the names. For example, one guy from America said that the healing things that the Most High put in the book of Leviticus, I think, was about cannabis. And he now make oil and so on. We know today is the CBC or something, COB or something like that, that they were selling today were made out of cannabis. They were arresting many of our people for cannabis while they are making money on it. There's a lot of things that is really going on. And at the same time, there's a lot of revelation. And this is why I told Sister Patricia the other time when I was chatting with her, that we need to start educating our young people and telling them the true story. When I was young, back home, you have many of all these elderly people, even children from the other houses or from family, they come and sit down, round the fire. They might put like a yam or plantain on the fire. When it's done, they share it with us, telling us story about their young life or telling story about other family. But many of these things, if we are grandparents today, if we don't do the same thing with our children, how would they gain? Then if we don't have that opportunity, then if we create like a school or something like that, we know, like my sister there from towards South Africa, I will not call the name because these are the name of the colony. So if what you know, what I know, we now like sharing or having a time to teach them, making them to know who they are. Since some time now, I don't know, I've been transformed to be addressing people or children, prince and princess. When I see them, I call them little prince. Do you know how handsome you are? And so on, because we are the sons and daughters of the Almighty King. That is our Father. Even the first thing I knew by the time I was trying to get back to this so-called Christianity before the Most High, I'm proud to say it. The Most High tell me that they call God is my Father, is our Father. They use, Jesus said, your Father in heaven that sent me to you. So if he can be addressing God as Father, so what are we waiting for to be using the same term, our Heavenly Father? When the disciples asked him how to pray, he said, our Father in heaven.
So
the Most High created us as a family to him, which the Europeans, sorry to say, transform everything 100%, even changing the name of God to calling him God, Lord, Lord God, whereas he has different, if we call it title, it's not title. If you're in a situation of health, heal me. But there are many things hidden that we know.
Okay, so let me just make one point, which I don't want people to miss, because the subject today is the significance of Mbuya Nehanda's monument, the spirit medium. She is one of those people who said, I do not want Christianity. I do not want a foreign religion. So she totally refused. And because she totally refused, she wanted to stay with the authenticity of the way of her ancestors. They then took upon themselves to humiliate her, as you saw in the black and white pictures, and then to execute her, and then to dismember her, and then they brought the skulls to Britain with those of others to demonstrate as trophies of war. So it was very sad and very tortuous time.
Yeah, but this is their plan. For example, I'm looking for another picture here. Do you remember, I don't know if you have watching it or any of our brothers and sisters listening, the Marvel film that they call the Spider-Man and the Storm and this and that. These are all the things that were really from which are our thing. I will not say Nigerian thing, but are the Oshun, Shango, Oya, and so on. Okay, I managed to get one picture here. If we see here, they are using, the Marvel is using things that are from us to make movie. Nothing is outside there that is not originated from us. They just manipulated it and transform it and give it a name, which we didn't really know that they are from us. For example, Eshu was the one in green here at the top side. Did you see it? You see, sorry if you can go and get this book. It's I bought it £40 in the public shop, but on the I will send information to Sister Patricia so people can go and, you know, either bought it because it's more cheaper online on Amazon. And I talked to one of the brothers who are part of the maker of the book, who told me, this guy, his name is Olusoji, the one at the left there. that if there is anyone who want to get the book, they can give a reduction of percentage. You see, because I called him, I insisted until he answered me, making him to understand that how come they have this information and they did not try to let it expose so that
so
people can know.
Lola,
yeah.
I'm gonna say, because we're gonna have to let's.
Yeah,
I know. What I'm gonna have to do is get your details, and we do a full presentation on all of this, what you're saying, so you can give us the. So yeah, so we can give it your full attention. Okay. So I don't know if you want to do it privately or send it to Sister Patricia, your details, and then we'll get this information out to everybody, because this is valuable information, what you're saying. And we want to give it some justice. Okay. So
and the book of the book of Sefer also can be downloaded on the apps on the telephone, but you have to pay £20 to get the complete.
Is it possible to put
those
those links?
That amount, you just get.
Okay. Is it possible to put those links in the chat? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, to say I don't know how to go in doing that. So, but
so
I
will got a link with you got a link, Patricia. Have you got a link with this? You do. Okay. All right then. We link with Patricia, and then we'll get linked. All right. But thank you. Okay. Sorry to have to bully you off, but thank you.
I'm sorry to take.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Galactic Clyde, do you have a question?
Yes, I just want to thank Tete Rasta for bringing us the information and what is happening with the raising of the statue of Mbuya Nehanda. And actually, I saw somebody send me the information on that day, but I did not realize that it was set on a bridge, which is the four-arm bridge, which represents the four direction. And it's just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the statue rotates as well, can see different
every angle. Yes.
Yeah.
And
it's
right in the center.
Where is it? Is it in Harare?
Yes, it's in Harare. Just as you come up to the Crown Plaza Hotel, you know the Crown Plaza Hotel near the Reserve Bank, but it's a very prominent,
yes, I have an idea. Yes, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Okay, I know where that is. Yes,
near
I know
the Karigamonde Center.
Okay. Okay, amazing. But what's so interesting to me in connection to the raising of the statue is the timeline, because I've been looking at the research about the coming of the sixth son.
Yes.
And the sixth son, which is a timeline, which is every 5,200 years, depends on whether you're looking at 5,200 years or 6,000 something years, whether you're looking at the Mayan cosmology or the Mayan astrology or the Aztec, which, it's all linked back to the Olmecs, where we link with Africa in that sense. But what they're saying is that actually we're moving on to a matriarchic energy with the sun, which is more feminine. The sun is going on to his more feminine side, and we're going into more the dream time. So this is the energy that is on the planet, or that has come on the planet between 2012 and 2021. So this is the timeline. And the eclipse that just passed, that we just had on the 26th, because they raised the statue on the 25th, and then the 26th was the eclipse. And so this is happening in connection with the eclipse cycle. And so this is very symbolic, because the spirit medium and the work of Nehanda, it represents that whole concept or that understanding of the coming of the sixth son, because it's more of an internal orientation where we tap into our spiritual reserve, where we tap into our, like you said, how our ancestors could be speaking to other people, telepathic, when you explain about the water, how they use that in terms of vision. It's all about that. And so the timing is so right and right for all of that. And it's just amazing to see that is happening. And thank you for bringing this information and for the work you're doing.
You're welcome, and thank you for having me on the program.
Yes, and then the other thing, the other highlight is the book that you put up, the Spirit Medium, the book, what they call it, Guns and Rain. Because on my trip to yes, great book. On my trip to Zimbabwe in 2019, the group that went with me, that was the book that they had. I was giving them in for them to read in going to Zimbabwe. We went on a trip to Zimbabwe in 2019. So I wanted them to read. So they went to that book and we had some discussion about it because it opened up so much about African spirituality, not just limited to Zimbabwe, but the whole continent because it's interconnected. And I highly recommend that book. I'm glad you're showing that book and encouraging people. That book is monumental in terms of information about the importance of spirit medium, the whole concept, the Mahondora, the warrior spirit, let you know that the kings are not they're gone, but they're still here presently working behind the scenes. So when we call on our ancestors, we're calling on spirit medium, we're calling on ancestral spirit that are working in tangent or working hand in hand with us, even when we don't know these things are happening.
No, that's right. And there's a saying that an African child does not walk alone. You walk with your ancestry, your paternal descendants, your maternal descendants. On the father's side, grandpa, grandma, and all of them. On your maternal, grandma, grandpa, all of them. And so when we start practicing African spirituality, we tap into them. They're waiting for us to give them instructions. I want a new job. I want this amount of money. Clear the way, show me. Where are those opportunities? And then you find people waking up and say, you know, I dreamt that I should do this, and they follow it through and boom, things are happening for them. So, you know, so it's that untapped power and untapped gift that the colonial miseducation has really confused us. And sometimes people will only come to that realization, as that book illustrates, when they see what has happened for other people.
Yes. And just the last thing you mentioned, because this is a highlight and it may have passed over people's head, you mentioned the millet, which is sorghum, but you didn't mention it as sorghum, and people may miss that in terms of the sorghum. Can you talk a little about sorghum and the power of sorghum, just for people who are not familiar, please? Thanks.
Sure. Sorghum or millet, it's a plant that's indigenous to many parts of Africa, but it's a plant that doesn't need much cultivation or attention. So our ancestors used to use this. Even nowadays, even me at home, you can create a recipe where you germinate it and then you grind it up, and then you can actually make a soft drink, maeo. You can also leave it for a number of days, additional days, where you can make an alcohol, which is called 7 days. But it's also the kind of beverage that is used in the ceremony spiritually, because we pour libation to our ancestors, that activates them. The reason why Nehanda was overcome was somebody betrayed to the white people that if you take away her nekwe, this is a nekwe, and so you put ute inside the nekwe. They said, if you take away this nekwe, so this is ute. I think you know this, Galactic.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, if you take away her nekwe, then she will be powerless. And so they took this away, and that's how they were able to overcome her. So these are some of the things that work hand in hand with our African spirituality. You can also, I was just mentioning that because I forgot to mention it earlier on. So when you see people with a nekwe, there are people that are very spiritually gifted. They can be a shikiro, a mondoro, or a gombwe. It's all spirit mediums, okay? And so the millet can also be taken, ground into a flour. You can make a porridge, which is very wholesome. It's a superfood, more superior to quinoa, for those of you who know quinoa. You can make it into a pap like sadza shwala. I don't know which other words I can use from other parts of the world, but yeah, You can make it into a thick porridge and eat it with your relish. So it's a multifaceted grain, whole grain. And so when we look at, now we eat maize. When the colonials came, they gave us white maize, which was food that they'd created for livestock. And then they stopped our ancestors from growing millet sorghum, which was the staple food in their times. So now we're eating these ones, and that's why we've got the high incidences of diabetes and all these other acquired diseases, such as high cholesterol and high blood pressures and coronary heart diseases, because we are eating things that are not really fit for purpose, but because of miseducation and the passage of time, we've accepted them as though they're good for us. It's full of vitamins, rare minerals, this sorghum millet. Even Indian people, they eat it. So it's good. Yes. I love it.
Yes, sorry, Tete, I'm going to ask you to rewind there because we did not give that justice about Nehanda when they tried to, when the Bukwe, because they tried to hang him more than once and they wasn't successful. Can you touch on that? Because that was the, yeah, we can't leave that part out.
Yes. So you see, people will have their secret weaponry. So these are some of the basic things that are secret weaponry. And, you know, when we don't let our information out to people that have nothing to do with our heritage or our culture, we preserve our power source.
Okay.
And so they tried to kill a number of times and they were failing. They would do the act, but she would not die until they actually took away the nekwe. And so in Zimbabwe, nekwe means dare. Dare is like a conference. Your life is a dare. It's like you are in a space and the time to fulfill certain things. So nekwe is your dare. So if they take away your dare, it takes away your source of life. And that bute, we use it because it activates our ancestors. And we put it on the ground, or you can snuff it in the nose, or you can bath with it. It just connects you with the spirit realm. For us who are Bantus from that particular area, I don't know what other places are used. You can also use the millet, the sorghum, you put it on the ground. You can use white maize, you can use water as well when you're beginning your prayer in our African spirituality, because we are from the earth. So we've got special powers from the ground, from the earth, and also from the waters.
Thank you, thank you. Now I'm gonna say wheel again. There's another one again. And I thank you, and I know you're sharing a lot, but you know, because I know some people are not familiar, but the millet is also used in certain African countries. And actually in America, there's a company that's selling that same millet for cancer cure.
Yes.
They have another name for it. I forget the name that they use, but they're selling the powder in a pill for curing cancer.
See, they'll come and they will harvest the intellectual property, package it in the way that will suit them. Even a lot of our African herbs are being synthesized and then made into chemicals, capsules that benefit, you know, entrepreneurs, but our very own people who impart that knowledge, they don't get any earnings from it or any recognition. But I think if it's working for people, it's good. Let's share the love, but we're coming back into ourselves because, you know, we know who we are.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sister Kasheni, you have a question?
Yes, give thanks to Grace. I will, oh, sorry. I really feel very strong that I want to give water to Mbuya Nehanda. I'm going to pour libation to her for her presence that we've had here this evening, spoken about her. We give thanks and I give her water. And I'm also going to give her some of the ancestral snuff. And I will just give her some of that ancestral snuff. I know this is after a bit thing, but I just want to follow on with some of the things that Galactic Clyde raised. And let us just join some dots here. You understand? We're just in this time. He said a very important thing, spiritual reserve. And she stands as that spiritual reserve, and they cut off her head, and our baby daughter, Sasha, they shot her head. You understand? And our sister in 79, our sister Olive Morris, passed because of a brain tumor. So we are here in a time that we have to deal with our head. Our head is the ultimate creative place. This is in Yoruba, in Ifa, Obatala, Orishanla. You understand? That spiritual, she had to get rid of the Christianity. Get that now. As Christianity was given to us in the way it was given, is not acceptable. That is what she was saying. That is, we have to return to our spiritual reserve. You see? That's why she stands high. Give thanks to Zimbabwe. You've really stepped up and gone and raised her so high. It has disturbed the people. It has disturbed them. Let those 86% be disturbed. You understand? Whatever the history of the Bible is, Kemet and the rest, because Ifa was all over the continent of Africa, and it got dissipated and changed and everything. But the principles remain all over the continent. You understand? Whatever they shape and make and intellectualize and create into something that comes in, that's not the Christianity that was given to us. That is what she was dealing with. So, Grace, I just want to ask you a question as well. That restless spirit, it has a legacy, and you're saying that she is at the end of it. Who is there someone that it has gone to now? In Zimbabwe, first and foremost, because that's the soil that gave it its place. Is there someone that looks like they may be carrying that?
My sister, that question has not been answered yet.
Okay.
Even in the elders that know what is happening, they have not answered that question yet. And sometimes with Mondoro, they will be waiting for the right time, because as you know, there are power struggles. Zimbabwe is a kingdom which has got royalty. And not only Charwe's head is in the museum, but those of the original royals before the colonials interfered with that system. Therefore, if the head of her and others return to Zimbabwe, we will know who were the true royals of Zimbabwe, which means that the current system will need to be dismantled. And so when I have spoken to others who are spiritually gifted, people are also fearful, even those that carry the names of the very people that we are waiting for their heads to return, that their lives may be at risk because the political system set by the Roman Dutch law that the colonial relics left does not fit in with kingdom statutes. So that's a huge conversation that will come after the next phase of repatriation of their mortal remains comes. But that needs to be explored further, because Mondoros will speak for themselves and they will say the truth that even politicians cannot disregard or fight. So we are waiting.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
Oh, to Emma. Emma,
Sorry.
you have a message.
Sorry. Oh gosh. Okay. They're saying they are. They're waiting in the wings. They are here. They are waiting in the wings. They are here. They are waiting in the wings. And you will not just get one. You will not just get one. You will get many. We do not come in one anymore. We come in many. We come in many.
Shay.
We come in
Shay.
many.
Shay.
We come in many.
Ashe, Ashe.
Ashe.
Non, les ancêtres sont là.
Ashe.
Ah aussi?
Ashe. This is coming just in
Eh
time.
bien, Ashe.
All right. Can I just something say? This is to say that there are things we cannot say. There are things that is happening that we cannot say. Only certain people, know what's going on, but because we're using some kind of, media, there are a lot of, again, on the seen and unseen. There are things that we just cannot say. And most of us even don't know, but only elders or only those who are involved know. So we that these are deep questions, and this is like the leaders, top leaders. So there are things we cannot say or even do or even know, even at times. The majority of us, but those who know. You see, and so let's just keep it rather
Ashe. So I just want to say, Grace, we have to mobilize to get her head back. Yes. End of. Mm-hmm. We have to take responsibility for our ancestors' head. Huh?
Yes.
Eh? That's it. End of. You cannot have that statue and that head not be back in Zimbabwe. She's standing tall and says, give me back my head. Yeah. That's it. My sister, I'm with you. I will personally say, and many here will know, I absolutely, the Christianity issue resonates with me 100%, to the extent that I'm helping people to get rid of it. I will put it in those words. Mm-hmm. You understand? I have been given the holy right, R-I-T-E. Yes. In order for people to step out of the Christianity that was given to us and the way it was given to us, so that we can have our heads back and that we don't numb out. So my sister, and I call on everyone here present to come together, whatever way that you want. If it's a letter, if you want us to stand and protest at a particular building, anything that you see that you require and you need some power force behind you, whether it is legal, whatever force it is, we have to bring it to the forefront. It is now the return of our things, our people, our bones.
Yes, Shay.
We cannot have a white man's bones on top of that sacred mountain and our ancient and our ancestral mother's head over here. We're going to do a swap. Understand? Give them back their bones. Yes. It is their own. We don't keep other people's bones. Whether they die there, let it go home. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar. You understand? Will you take the bones? We'll take back the sacred head. And that is now our right to ask for that. This is the decade of the thing of African people, blah, blah, blah. We've only got about 4 years left. In that time, let us now take it to our responsibility to get that head back by any means necessary.
Heads, not just head,
heads.
Many heads, yeah.
Ashe, heads. And we look forward to what our elder Amma has just said. Nehanda is returning in many heads.
Ashe.
Our children are coming. And she will find them, and they will have the space to be who they are in the totality of the spirit of Zimbabwe, the totality of the spirit of the African continent. Grace, when you're ready, I'm good to go. And I hope others will be there too. Ashe.
Ashe. Thank you so much. Ashe.
I did say that was my last question, but that brings up something else because of that, Tete Rasta Grace, you have also a GoFundMe. Is that still running, your GoFundMe?
Yes, that GoFundMe is still there.
Can you put it in the chat, please?
Yes.
Can we just check that Amma is okay?
Sister Amma? Have you got your water? Excellent.
Yeah. Can you touch a little about the GoFundMe when you put in the chat so people know? Yeah.
Okay, so I created a GoFundMe. Shall I put it on your WhatsApp, Sister Jean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
There we go. That's the wrong one. Oh yeah.
You got the link. You can put the link in the chat.
Because I'm using my phone and I've got my desktop.
Okay.
I don't know how to. I'm not clever like that. Okay. Did you see it?
Yeah, I'll see if I can email it to myself. Cynthia, you have a question? You'd like to unmute yourself?
Okay, I've put it in now. Hello?
Cynthia?
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Okay, could you speak up a little bit, please, so we can hear you properly?
Okay, I'm saying good evening. I've been having I've been having lots of trouble trying to join because of think network link here in Nigeria, and I'm quite lost somehow. I must say I'm a bit lost because I've been hearing things of spirituality, pouring out libation and stuff. I think I'm lost. Maybe I'll have to ask questions later so someone could put me through. I just joined though. I missed quite a lot.
So is there a particular specific question you ask? I know you said you're a bit lost because you joined late, but we can't rewind the whole thing, but you can catch up on Facebook. We are going live on Facebook, so I don't know if you're able to tune in on Facebook and be able to do that afterwards.
I'll try
is there
that.
Any particular question that you have you'd like to ask?
Not yet. Let me put my head together and see if I'm able to get up a question from the things I heard already.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
But it's on Facebook, as Jean said, so you'll be able to see it from the beginning.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
You'll be able to see the whole presentation from the beginning. When it's finished, you'll be able to see it all the way.
And also, well, it's not now, but later on it'll be uploaded to YouTube, so you'll be able to catch it there as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just.
So the GoFundMe was really just an attempt to raise £18,000 towards giving the families of the deceased money in order to travel to the UK and address the issues as you would when there's been a funeral, although it's been so many years since 1898. And so it's self-explanatory. We are raising money for the use of all families whose ancestors were killed by colonials in the 1890s and whose remains were stolen and taken to the foreign lands as trophies. Every penny will be used in the expenses for their chosen traditional spiritual quest to ensure that the right path is taken to enable a dignified and fitting process of return of their human remains and sacred ornaments from the foreign lands back into modern day Zimbabwe. The restoration of the dignity is long overdue. The right standing of our people in modern day to return the ancestors back into the home. Kudzosa vadzimu madzimambo masvikiro nemondoro, who made many unthinkable sacrifices in very difficult times. We thank you in advance for your faith and desire to right the spirit so that the flesh does not suffer. So the target is 18,000, and we've raised 440 pounds, which hasn't been a huge amount of progress considering that it's been over 10 months now.
I mean, how have you been advertising it?
Initially, I was, but it's sort of been more organic. The contributions have come about in an organic way. Yeah. So, I mean, there are links with the relatives in Zimbabwe and the chiefs that would be instrumental in making sure that the right people receive the resources. So it's not, it's something that's well coordinated with the authorities.
Okay, okay. I mean, the question that I'd like to ask, is there anything that's being done about the bones of roads? I mean, yeah. And how comes it's taken so long? Why didn't Mugabe do something? Is there a clause? Are the hands tied? What is it?
Yeah, I think it's a legal battle and a political battle. Roads should not be at Njelele because it's a sacred place. So the Roads Foundation have got some kind of trust that they have that kind of legally gives them occupancy of that space, but it was achieved during the colonial times, which I question why was it not challenged.
Exactly.
And so one of the things that's happened is they've named that a World Heritage Site, which is another bind to try and prevent any removal of Cecil John Rhodes' bones. Cecil John Rhodes is abhorrent to Zimbabwean tradition because he was homosexual. His partner is buried there, and also a few of his other generals are buried there. So that place is also seen as a portal, a spiritual portal. And so it's desecrating some of the sacred places that our ancestors have used and present day people use in order to access the divine. So that is something that Mugabe was against, because if you remember, he got a knighthood from Queen Elizabeth at some point in his rulership, and then he wised up to the fact that he was being used, and then he swung the other way.
That's right.
Yeah, and even the issue around Mbuya Nehanda remains. Robert Mugabe started it in 2015, and the momentum that I've sort of created around this and others is what has led to where we are today. So I think that action and the offer from some of the members of this group to really turn up the heat is going to enable us to get a result that is similar to or better than what Germany has come to admit and say, you know, we own up, we put our hands up. But all the statues of Rhodes have been challenged and fallen, but he's sleeping restfully on the most sacred place in Zimbabwe, which is a no-no. He needs to go.
So sorry, can I just ask so people are still using that space for their normal rituals for ancestors?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. There are some of the national undertakings, particularly around the rainmaking ceremonies that are done annually in September. That is the place that all of this is done. And so prior to Rhodes being buried there, there was the voice of Mwari that would be heard speaking at that place, and it stopped. And yeah, so you should really look into Njelele or just type Cecil John Rhodes burial place. You will see that it is it's the things that we talk about, the supernatural things that occur in Africa. Ghana has got them, Nigeria's got them, South Africa's got them. And the colonials knew some of these things, and they knew to shut it so that our people cannot continue to access power. Incidentally, Cecil John Rhodes is the one who was instrumental to Mbuya Nehanda's head being cut off, because it was just after the Berlin Conference. And so they needed to get rid of all the revolutionaries, all of the people that were fighting against the system that they wanted to put in place in order to loot Africa. So she became a casualty of that, and directly a casualty of Cecil John Rhodes. So everything is working in tandem. It's really got to be dealt with.
Okay, so there is some aspects in law that something cannot be cannot be put in place that prevents inverted commas dialogue with whoever is regarded as the divine one, as the Almighty. So there is something around that. I don't really know the laws. I think it does. I'm not sure if it exists in ecclesiastical law, but those, I don't know if you have, I'm sure you will have lawyers in some place in context, but I think we really have to step, as you mentioned, step up the rallying of that, because it is in fact an oppression.
Absolutely. And Zimbabwe's got a double oppression because it's got sanctions on it. So anything that even people that are not political speak about to restore ourselves, they say these people, they are naughty, they're in the naughty corner, don't listen to them. And so it's a double buffer that then delays us from, you know, regaining our image and, you know, holding our heads straight as we should.
But it is a presence of a continued terrorism.
Yes.
So it comes in as a terrorism. Yes. So an act of terror that is remaining, and so it has to be seen in that context, and as a continued oppression of a people, and preventing their freedom to their inverted commas spiritual religious freedom.
Absolutely.
So I think these are kind of points to find the legal bits on, and that goes hand in hand with the return of the bones and the heads and so on. So in some ways it can either go together, but we have to kind of, anyway, I don't really know, but that's yeah. I don't want to say anymore because I'm just going to be saying what we've been saying already. So yes.
Yeah, no, the language you're using as well is the right language, and then it needs to be framed and then put to the powers that be so that we deal with that, because we cannot say, yay, we've got the head of Mbuya Nehanda and the others back. But those that persecuted and killed them are still in situ. It doesn't work. We have to cleanse the whole place, get rid of these ones, and then bring in our beloved ancestors.
Yes, because you cannot have something from Islam in the Vatican.
No.
You see? So no St. Paul's or the Cathedral of Westminster cannot have anything that is Buddhist in there.
Yes.
You understand it? There is no altar by any other in a sacred space that would be regarded that is sanctified.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So all of those factors need to now come in play in the rightful place of African Merita, Tameri, even Al-Kebulan, not Africa, you know, our original spirituality.
Absolutely.
Yes. So these are things that we have to explore and now start to name, and as you say, perfectly to frame it in a context like that. Because it doesn't make sense. It just wouldn't. They would put our heads in their church for their purpose. You understand? But they don't have our heads in the same sanctity as we do. But we couldn't set up an altar there. So they have to understand that he cannot be on our altar. You know, all of that kind of thing.
I believe that they understand and they know exactly what time it is. It's like with the Benin bronze statues. So they've known that these are significant to a people, but we have to fight. But how many years post-independence do we have to keep fighting? So that superiority complex of you are less than, which brings us to the Black Lives Matter. Why should we still be saying Black Lives Matter in this day and age if, you know, human rights exist for everyone? They exist for Indian people, they exist for white people, but not for African people, melanated people. So they're playing silly buggers. They know, but they're being obstructive.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to give an example, as what we're talking about regarding, for example, the Ark of the Covenant. All right. No one knows where it is. All right. Well, actually, I wouldn't say no one knows. Very, very few people do know, but the majority do not know, are not allowed to know. So the same with the ancestors. All right. So it's kept, on the very, very small, group. So that's why, those type of things, it's not that it's forbidden, but it's not ours or us to know, or let's say the majority, but very, very few people. Just take that as an example. That's how spiritual and high, esteem and regard, how spiritual it is. Give thanks.
Give thanks.
I hear you. My dilemma, Congo, is that when we were starting the program, it was about saying we want people that are clean or clean spirits. The people that are in the know have also, in a way, come and replaced the colonials and come with the same mindset because they still want to dominate some of their melanated brothers. Because to be honest with you, when Zimbabwe, when our elders went to the Lancaster House Agreement in 1979, they came out with an agreement that said we will not distribute land for 10 years. I mean, who does that? And then when land was being distributed after 20 years, that's when the whole furore started about, land invasions and everything else. So I think that the restlessness of the spirit is going to lead even the young people, the ones that people who have no titles, people who are not in offices, to act and action things that those that are in offices are, ignoring because of their secondary gains, and or they feel themselves are bound because they don't want diplomatic incidences. So I do believe that we need to tread carefully, assertively, and at times defiantly, just as Nehanda Charwe did, because she didn't wait for any authority to tell her what to do. She waited for her ancestors and the Mondoro, the medium spirits in her, to guide her, and actioned it, even if it meant her life was taken.
Yes, we need to come with our own words of authority to make our demands. That's it.
Ashe.
You put it so eloquently. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Ashe.
Ashe. Arthur, you have a question.
Yeah, I don't know if I've missed it or anything, but do we know where the bones actually are in the UK?
It's the head.
Where?
In the museum. The head.
The head. Sorry.
The bones are of Rhodes in Zimbabwe. The head is of Nehanda and others, royalties over here in the cellars, you could say, of our the museums over here.
All right, so they're in our museums, but we don't know which one, so that we can actually do something with regards to trying to raise attention about it. That's what I'm trying to find out, is do we know exactly where the bones actually are, so that there is something that can be done, whether it's writing or what. There's got to be some place that we can direct from this meeting this evening, where we can direct something positive towards creating some more awareness towards this. It's outrageous.
The starting point was the British Natural Museum in Kensington.
Right.
Yeah, those are the ones that I was liaising with. And there's a delegation that is said to be coming from Zimbabwe to go to the museum to look at their catalogs.
Right.
Yes, but when I first started speaking to them, they were admitting that they do have human remains and also artifacts. And
Right.
because of the momentum of things, now the stories are changing. You can imagine Britain not wanting to pay as much as Germany is paying to Namibia. So it's become a bit confusing, but it doesn't matter which museum they've moved them to. The British are meticulous on record keeping.
Okay, so are you saying that there is a specific place that one could aim, say, if we had 5 million people write a letter to, do we have a specific place that we could generate our letters towards this one particular place? Or are we saying that if we were to do something like writing letters to show our disgust in what have you, is there another place where it should go to? Should it go to the government, are you saying, or is that the right place for it to be going to, or should we be putting our next efforts towards getting the release of these bones to the actual museums? Because to me, like museums, it's wondering who's at the head of these museums, and because there's, you know, so much bureaucracy stuck in the middle of these things. So that's specifically what I was asking, Sue, is do we know, number one, where we should aim our letters to, if that's a way to go forward with protesting?
Yes. The British Natural Museum, the last publication is that they are welcoming a delegation from Zimbabwe to look through what they have. But there's another contradicting report this week after the monument has been put up to say we don't have Nehanda's remains. So the bureaucracy and the shape-shifting is there. But like my sister was saying earlier on, we need to frame our argument and then look at who regulates the museums. There's always a central hub. And then maybe that's where we can then decipher if we were going to have a protest, for example, or some action.
Yeah.
This is the place.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
This is
I'm
our
only just trying to sort of like just say that we need to actually do something about this evening. This is really, really outrageous that this is actually happening, and that we've got bones that are here in the UK which have no reason. I mean, people need to know that this is actually happening. So do we leave it then that you come back to us and tell us what's the address on where we should address, start off with writing letters, or start off with phone calls, or have a march to, or do something? But we need to sort something out now as to, do we have an address so that we can think about what we can do later on and where we can aim our stuff at? That's my main question more than anything else.
Yeah, sorry, brother Arthur. What we can do actually is actually go to the museums and get the records, you know, because they will have the records when they've been moved and everything. That we can do. We can chase that up directly to the museum.
Okay.
All
So
right.
then,
And
we
then
need then is a letter to the person that's in charge of that particular museum, and then we go and stand outside there and do something until something's done.
They have all the records when and how things move, so we can chase that directly. Yes, and demand the you know, the historical, you know, movement and everything. They have all the dates and everything, place and everything. Yes, we can do that.
Okay, could you leave your name and what have you in the chat then, so that I've got reference to get back to you with regards to that?
Can I just say the other thing would be the Department of Culture. What is it? Department of Culture, something and something. Department of Culture, Media and Sport. Ultimately, they're funded by that department. The British Museum itself has got, it's a bit exempt. It's an exempt charity, and it has its own act. So it may well be the head office of the others. But it's the Department of Culture, Media and Sport would be the other to challenge or to things on some kind of level, perhaps not at the same time, but we have to work our way through all the relevancies so that everybody is being, I'll use the word approached.
Yeah.
You know, and then exactly when, what happens when, and we do a strategic process. So it's not willy-nilly anyhow, but it does have a time scale, that it's got our own media support, so that it's brought to the attention in such a way that it rises, and then it has a continued strategy procedure of dialogues with certain ones that are actually recorded, and we use our own media to do that, and that means globally as well.
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
a global thing. And there are certain, in terms of raising and fundraising, that sum of money has to be within the means. There's been enough films being made in Zimbabwe with enough actors who I know, you know, whether I can reach them or not or whatever, but it's a matter of using every aspect. It's a big tourist place. Yeah, so there's going to be effects that come from the actions that we take that's going to have implications, and we have to draw up a strategy that points to those things and so on. So yeah,
well, I've got my product, I'll put that up for, you know, for something like this. You know, this is really important that you know, that they get the funds in order to get that going. But obviously we need to look at the steps in which we need to be able to make it so that we're doing something positively, whether we start off with letters now, then we start off with a march, and then we just give ourselves so that we know what those stepping stones are. Yeah, but that's it. Great. So as long as we know, you know, what we're actually doing. So thank you very much.
Yeah, give thanks, Sister Kesheni. So we need to find where to go, you know.
Yes, we've got to, we should be able to get the names and know directly what department and who and what, and in fact we just need the full access to the records, because it's now the time thing, whatever it was, within a certain time, that has now gone. So we now have public access to those records, and we now sort out who is going to go there and what the timing of that is. I love what you said, Arthur. And if it's about your earphones, then it's about people listening. And we can have a whole sales strategy attached to every time anybody buys those headphones, they're bringing back Nehanda's heads. We've got, you know, I'm sorry, it might sound a little bit markety, a bit like, you know, kill an argue with a metro, but at the end of the day, that's part of what we need to utilize and put as part of the strategy. So it goes hand in hand with everything else, and we just need our media to do the work. I don't care about other media, but you know, there's enough things that we can raise attention to in the media, and it has to be global. It really does have to be global to deal with that. The other last point I would want to raise, Grace, is just as a point that it might be worth see if there's a discussion to be had, if they would be willing to help, which they may well be, is the Ethiopian embassy and what happened of their experience of getting the crowns back.
Okay.
And they may give some clues as to what that is, and just to get an understanding of that journey and what, you know, that they will, you know, work with. It's slightly different, but it's the same. For all intents and purposes, it really is the same. So there may be something there.
I'll say. Thank you so much for all your suggestions. I think one of the things that you must not overlook is that Zimbabwe was among the last few countries to become independent. And so we are still the baby of the continent. And so when people are bullying a child, people can look on and say, well, it's not happening to us. And so the momentum and the ideas of what others have experienced, how you've managed to navigate certain difficulties, even the legal route, are things that are probably far from a lot of our minds, because there's a lot of chaos about how do we help families to survive and all of these things because of the challenges that are being faced in the country. But some of these things are because of the restlessness of the spirit, because the children will not succeed until, you know, you have honored your ancestors. So I think everything goes in tandem, and also links in with the removal of things that desecrate sacred places, because our blessings don't come until we've cleansed certain things and even cleansed our bodies. Our health does not get restored until we know what is the root cause. So I appreciate all the ideas, and yes, we'll definitely be following them up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ashe. Ashe.
Ashe. As I said, we'll have to call you back and see the progress, or maybe you can get some names of people who's actually, as I said, for the support that you've got here, that can actually start the ball rolling. Well, continue with the ball rolling, shall I say, because you've already started the ball rolling.
Yes, and this will be the next phase now, where, you know, the monument is up and we are emboldened and we are not coming alone, and we are building into the networks. And for instance, I see if the family works and helps one country, then there's nothing to stop us from going to all the other areas where there's problems and, you know, sweeping through and writing things that have been outstanding for some time.
Yes, yes, most definitely, most definitely.
Sorry, can I just add one last thing? We have to make sure this is a spiritual thing. We have to make sure it stays spiritual. Our fight is very spiritual. We don't need violence. We have to follow the legal procedure and do what we have to do. And this is the way, our way of life as Africans. It's about peace and harmony and truth. You know, it's about speaking, you know, it's about thinking the truth, speaking the truth, doing the truth. All right. So it's all about peace, harmony. We have to very make sure, you know, bear that in mind. Very important. Ashe.
Ashe.
My brother, I'm just going to follow on from you very quickly, if you don't mind, Jean.
Okay.
You said about truth. There's an eclipse coming up, which Clyde may be able to say something on, which is on June the 10th. And it's actually called the time of truthfulness. Okay. So, you know, we've got the Black Moon issue. We've got the female feminine issue. We've got the issues of the head. We've got the issues of spiritual reserve. We've got a statue that's been erected very high, can't be missed. It's there. And we've got restless spirits. So what we have to join the dots, and let's use that time to get the truthfulness in regards to this. And Grace, it's now what I'm going to put forward is, from us here, you've heard Arthur, you've heard the brother Congo, get your team. Okay, get your team. We'll take on our bits individually and we'll work with you to strategize. There are two aspects, of fundraising and the actual, as Mame Amma said, the point of authority that we're coming from. We're ready. It's now, you call on us and your team is here.
Oh, thank you. Ashe.
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 Has anybody got any last questions? No? Okay, the floor is yours, Tete Rasta, to give us your final words and what's next? What's happening next?
Okay. Thank you so much for your patience and your time. It's been an absolute pleasure being here. But above all, we want to just give thanks for our ancestors, for whom, without their sacrifices, we would not know each other. We would not access even technologies such as this. I was born in a country where we could only be in certain areas because of segregation within Southern Rhodesia. So we are not segregated, we have no boundaries. and perhaps the boundaries that have been imposed on us via such mischiefs as the Berlin Conference, and also religious statutes, and maybe our own judgment and prejudice and lack of understanding need to also be removed. We are one family. We are children of the sun. And no matter where you're placed, we can recognize each other because of the melanin that fills us, the curly hair, and or the heart, because what color is spirit after all? So I want to thank you so much, and just encourage everybody to continue with the good works. Ashe.
Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Oh.
So,
Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
so.
Thank you. Galactic Clyde, you have something to say?
No, I was just saying it's lovely, you know, it's lovely. Kishan, you talk about the eclipse. I was just speaking to a sister there who'd done a write-up on the eclipse. It's a partial eclipse, and actually it was the lunar eclipse, which is more of the feminine. It's more with the heavy weight in connection to the, because it's a full, it was a total eclipse, which is the lunar eclipse that just passed on the 26th. And this other one is a partial eclipse. And so the lunar eclipse takes more precedence over this other one. And it's going to be lost, especially the eclipse, the total eclipse. It's going to last for 6 months to a year, because what happens, the cycle change from one eclipse to the other eclipse. So it's to the other eclipse, so it's really 6 months, which is with another eclipse in terms of the energy. So in what we were talking about, the whole connection of the feminine power coming into being under the age of Aquarius and under the new sun or the new cycle, because the cycle is considered a new sun, which is a 5,000 plus years. And that brings us into a part, what they consider part beyond technology, because technology as we know it today is an external aspect of what we can do as humans from the spiritual realm, which is the internal aspect, the clear audience, you know, connecting mind to mind and things like that. Those are internal reality, you know, moving things with our mind. We don't need a backhoe, we don't need a bulldozer. Our ancestors could have moved things with their mind, and there's books written about ancient Egyptian priests moving boulders with their mind, you see. And these are powers that we have, and with this new energy, it brings us back into these powers, because now we internalize the whole God realm, as opposed to the externalization of looking for Christ to come from wherever, you know. The Christ, as we know it in our ancient history, which we didn't use the word Christ, but it was we use other names such as Heru and things of that nature, or the soul and things of that nature, which is the divine person, our divine self. And so with this eclipse that's passing, or this eclipse cycle that we're in, we're tuning in to our true self. And that's more of a feminine nature. Even for us, for the male side, we're actually more, we that are as a male, we that are male, for us to be spiritual, we have to be in tune with our feminine side. That makes us more of a spiritual person in terms of our operation and spirituality. So we welcome the time, sisters, your time to shine.
Ashe. Mama Essie.
Greetings, family. Greetings, Auntie Jean.
Greetings,
Mama Grace. Thank you so much for this evening and for all of the wonderful speakers. I did miss about an hour or so of Mama Grace's wonderful talk, but I'm definitely going to catch up with that. I just want to add quickly, I know time is getting on. Regarding like Brother Clyde, I'm an astrologer as well. And regarding everything that's happening particularly this past week, regarding Mama Nehanda's, the erection of her statue And many of the things that's happening, that's happened in South Africa regarding Namibia and the atonement on by the German government, and also the passing of the Zulu king and queen earlier in March. This is all a correlation, and it's all linked back with the lunar and the solar eclipses that happened on the 30th of November and the 14th of December. And I had wrote a couple of months back, coinciding with those eclipses, that we need to look towards news coming from Argentina and Chile, and also Southern Africa, particularly Namibia, because on the December the 14th solar eclipse, the eye of the eclipse, the eye is where the eclipse passes over or crosses over a particular region, and that region was Argentina and Chile. And then it sets in Namibia and Southern Africa. So that tells us as astrologers that we have to look towards those regions, particularly where the eye and where the setting occurred, because news is going to transpire. It's going to activate news. It's going to activate events in that region for the next 6 months to a year to come. And so it's been very interesting that within this 6 month period, particularly this week, which coincides exactly to the last lunar eclipse that we had, we are having all of this news, and a lot of the news is focused within Southern Africa and within this, within particularly the erection of Mama Nehanda's statue just the day before the lunar eclipse. So very much like what Brother Clyde is saying, this is very much, it's the rise of a very strong, powerful feminine energy that is arising, that is coming to the surface, needs to be connected and is being connected. And like Brother Bongo said, not too much can be said on certain mediums, so I won't go too deep, but this is definitely a call from the ancestors, and it's definitely something from a greater, higher source, and we need to be aware, and we are aware, and the story will continue. This is just the beginning, and we are in a time of liberation. Astrologically, this is a time for spiritual, cultural revolution and upliftment, and we're in those times. So I just want to say thank you again so much for this evening, and it's been an honor.
Thanks, sister. Sorry, just one last minute. I just want to emphasize regarding what happened with, Germany and, is it Namibia, right? We have to be very mindful about reparations, because what they give is 1.3 billion, dollars, which is something like maybe 94 million or something like that. No amount of money, not enough amount of money, for one, of the ancestors passed away, that will repair that. And then they can just say, okay, thank you, we've done, our, compensation, and then we can be friendly, and then, and all of a sudden, all the presidents go back to South Africa and different countries. We have to be very, very mindful. What they gave, it's not like, okay, we have forgiven them and it's all over. We have to be very mindful that reparation does not just mean the financial side of it. And what they give, to be honest with you, is nothing if you divide it by the number of people who passed away throughout the years. We have to be very, very, very mindful. But I give thanks for sharing that. I'm gonna say, give thanks.
Absolutely, give thanks, absolutely, brother, and I absolutely agree with you. And of course, how can they atone? How can you cannot even put a price, though you can in one sense, but yes, we have to be mindful of but it's all part and parcel. It's time, and it was a time at least for the recognition, because I think it's been over 100 years and they haven't recognized. So just that recognition is a start.
Yes, Sister Patricia?